Yo, what's going on, everyone? How are you? Crowny, how are you? Oscar, how's it going? Narav, how are you? Uh, Narajan, what's going on, man? How are you? Hey, Samuel. Not much. What's up with you? Funny man makes funny chat app. Anson, what do you do when you have no ideas for projects? I usually just relax and play some video games, go out for a walk, and then I come back to coding maybe a couple weeks with a fresh mind, fresh new mindset, and that's when I start going back into coding again. If you don't have any ideas for projects, you can just take like a little break. Maybe a sign of like being burned out or something like that. You know, if you can't like don't want to force yourself. Hi Oscar, how are you? Welcome to the stream, guys. Guys, make sure you guys drop that like button. We're at 3 likes right now. We got to get the ball rolling tonight. I'm gonna be on for a very long time, so make sure you guys hit that like button. Let's get that like button going. But today what we're gonna do is we're gonna work on the profile picture feature. Yesterday I was working on the profile banner. I'll give you guys a little quick demo. Hopefully my Spaces API will still work fine. But I was working on the banner feature, so some of you were able to test it out towards the end of the live stream. And yeah, like, you know, I'll just give you guys a quick little demo, so that way you guys can see what is up with this stuff. Hello, hi Hushi, how are you? Another 11-hour stream. We'll see. I'll stream for at least, let's see, right now it's 7 o'clock. I'll stream until at least 12 a.m. tonight, so 5 hours. If it gets dead or if it's like, you know, not many people here, I'll just probably get off and take like a nap and then maybe stream later during the day. But I don't know, we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens. So let me just turn on my DigitalOcean Spaces real quick. Hello guys, I'm stuck. I cannot make a regular redirect. I have the password.js authentication. Anyone here faces this issue? OOPSS, join our Discord server. Our Discord server now has helper roles. So we actually modified our server a lot. We basically now have helper roles. We have amazing people who are willing to help out of their own personal time. And I also have a custom invite link now. So make sure you guys join the Discord server. And also, applications for helper role is also still available if you guys are interested. But join the Discord server. Ask your question there. It's a great place to get help. We have over 1,000 members now in our wonderful Discord server full of wonderful people. So make sure you guys join. If I am here, I will most likely go to sleep in an hour or two, so I can't watch much. No worries. At least we get 2 hours with you, right? Good night, Anson. I have an exam in 3 hours. Good night, bro, and good luck with your exam. Hoy, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Make sure you guys drop that like button, though, if you haven't already. Make sure you guys drop that like button. Let's see. Hi, Pablo. How are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Okay. Alright, so yesterday we were working on a lot of stuff. You can see that right over here we have our user profile settings page. And what I can do is I can go ahead and upload a banner right now. So I'll upload a picture right over here. And this will appear on the bottom now. It is still a little bit buggy, but I'll click save. And in the network tab, I don't have to worry about that. So now if I refresh, you'll see that I now have my profile picture, or not profile picture, my banner uploaded. And if I go over to my DigitalOcean's Spaces droplet or Spaces instance, you'll see that right over here. Let's see. You'll see that right over here that I have my image right over here. Twitch get ignored? No, don't say that. I check both Twitch and YouTube chat. Premier, I don't know how to say your name, but Premier, how are you? Welcome. Check your Twitch chat. Oh, we have a Discord vanity link now. Yeah, we have a Discord vanity link now, guys. But yeah, you can see that the banner is now uploaded over here, and we're using a UUID. But you can see that right over here, I have the image hosted, and anyone is able to access it right over there. Let me see. Here you go. What have you got done? Yeah, I was just going over real quick. But yeah, like pretty much that demo was pretty much what we were working on yesterday with the banner and such. I probably will make a way where this image is fixed, so that way it doesn't like resize, because I don't think resizing it is a good thing, honestly. But yeah, like, you know, today what we'll be doing is we'll be fine-tuning this feature a little bit, and we'll also make it so that you can do the same thing for uploading profile pictures and whatnot. Hi CUNY, how are you? Banner should be specific dimensions. Yeah, right now we still need to take care of validating files on the back end, because right now, as you can see, if I click on change banner, I am only able to accept these types of files, but we want to limit it to only specific file extensions. But now that's only checking it on the front end. You also want to make sure you check it on the back end. So main seems aspect ratio. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a library that can allow it to like crop like an image that's uploaded, kind of like how Discord does it, or really any application that has you know, uploading banner feature. You know, let me look at something of React image crop. Probably is one. Let's see. Though I don't want it to look like this though. I want it to look like how Discord has it, which I feel like gives a better experience. So that way you can actually see, like, you know, the actual image that is cropped itself. And the whole entire picture at the same time. Alright, take it easy, Gravity. There's probably some kind of browser API that we could probably use to like crop. Let me see. JavaScript crop API. Maybe there is. There has to be. Or maybe the idea is they have like a canvas that you can use to draw like the pixels in 2D, and then you just like place the cropped image on there. That's my assumption of what I think could be possibly happening, though I'm not too entirely sure. Whoops. Oh shit. Didn't mean to open that. They showed me a notification about it recently. Interesting. Let me just open up my Asana real quick. There we go. Yo, CUNY, thank you so much for joining as a developer intern. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Make sure you join the Discord as well, so you can get access to the private channels that are for developer interns only. Make sure you join and also connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, so that way you'll be able to get the role because it's automatically assigned. But yeah, the link is right over here. There you go. Yeah, just make sure you join. Alright, so what we'll do right now is we'll modify our backend a little bit to make the update profile a bit more efficient. So we'll kind of clean up our code a little bit. Because right now we only have it working for banner. Let me see. So what we did yesterday was we checked to see if the user.profile was defined, and if it is, then we'll update the profile banner. But the user could also update other fields too, like the avatar and about, so we'll have to check for that as well. Hey Chaos, how are you? I'm doing good, how about you? I hope all is well with you, my friend. You're doing great. That's good to hear, my friend. That is good to hear. Father Abuser, how are you? Hey Hanson, did you see my little bot project in your Discord? I have not had a chance to take a look at that part yet. Sorry. Hey Buggle, how are you? No, I'm not quiet. I'm just I was just reading something real quick. I just built a Discord Anthony bot with music commands, bro. It literally took me 7 hours reading the API. That's good. Now your server is more protected. Uh, ABCED Ab said, how are you? Welcome. Trying to think what I want to do. It's so having a hard time thinking. Let's see. Oh, wait, this upgrade profile banner. Okay, that's good to know. I could just do user.profile banner key. And it's because you have cascades enabled, so that should be all that we need to do. Okay. Okay, so this will take care of checking to see if the params of banner exists. That means they're updating a banner. If params are about is truthy, that means we'll update about. And we'll do the same thing with profile picture as well. So what we'll do here is we'll generate the key. I will upload banner. And we'll pass in the file. Probably don't need... I think we only need the banner though. Hi Rafiq, how are you? Here's what I'm gonna do. I host the images in DigitalOcean Spaces. Anson, what do you use as your database? MySQL. Give me 1 second. I wanna play some lo-fi for you guys. Did I work today? Yes. Hi Jonathan, how are you? Alright, can you guys hear the music? There you go. I'll just play that for you guys. I wish there was a way I could, you know what, let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm learning NestJS thanks to you. That's good. Proud of you, my friend. Wait, my windows are messing up right now. There we go. Let's see, I'll put this right over here. That way it's easy for me to see my chat. Hey Devil, how are you? Some tips to learn TypeScript. I would say practice understanding differences between types and interfaces, and practice type annotating your functions, parameters, variables, everything. That's what I would say is probably one of the trickiest things in TypeScript. Should I use Firebase to make apps in React, or do you recommend learning Node and Mongo? Personally, I would say stay far away from using things like Firebase and focus on actually learning how databases and these services work instead of letting a third party take care of it for you. Because then you'll actually learn how these things work. And then once you are ready to, deploy an app, or when you have experience and you want to save some time, then you can use something like Firebase. But when you're learning, you should avoid using stuff like Firebase. It's not me saying Firebase is bad, it's just me saying that you should learn how these things actually work underneath the hood. Sticking to the Vim? Not really. I'm actually not even using Vim. I tried yesterday, but it was very painful to watch for everyone, so I decided to just disable it. Hi Derek, how are you? Firebase is basically just a third-party service owned by Google, and you can use it to basically store your data for your applications, so that way you don't have to worry about the abstractions of setting up a database at all. Yeah, like they have lots of different use cases, but one of the common thing is to, of course, save data to Firebase, so you don't have to worry about setting up a MongoDB instance or MySQL instance. It's a great tool though, I'm not gonna lie, but it's just that when you're just starting out, you shouldn't be using stuff like this. It's like the same thing that I say with CSS. When you're just starting off with learning CSS, you should not use a framework or a UI library. You should actually learn how to actually use CSS and make websites responsive. By the way, is the music too loud? Or if the music's too loud, I'll turn it down. So it's like an RM, not really. It's just basically like an abstraction away from a database. You will, although Google does have their own libraries that Google does have their own libraries that allow you to interact with their data store. It's a bit loud. I can turn it down a little bit. All right, that should be a little bit better, right? Okay, so if user has no profile, create the profile. Okay. Then user.profile, and then okay, good. So this, yeah. So this should take care of handling every single use case. Let's see. Where is my application? I'll also do one more thing. Pending, interesting. This user probably save. If params not banner, if params not about. Okay, well, let's take a look at what the parameters are. Oh wait, I'm never calling. Oh wait, actually I'm calling the wrong function. There should be create profile or update. Hey, let's see. Okay. Image should be updated. Cool. So create profile or update is there. Good. Okay. So basically, if params avatar, we'll update the avatar. Avatar is not supported right now, so we'll have to worry about that later. If params.about, we'll update about, and then we'll call save in the end, and that'll take care of saving, and then it'll just return the user instance to the front end. So right now I am passing in. Let me try this. So if I look at the headers, view source, this one over here. Where is the request body? Okay, so I can see that right over here. I have the banner, which is binary, which is the image, and I have the about. Hi, I'm Anson. So now the backend should save the about. So if I go here, you can see now it says hi, I'm Anson. So now we'll just have to make sure that we actually render that value instead of hello world. That's just a text holder. How do you prevent unnecessary rendering with doing real time in React? Well, that really is not really anything to do with real time. It's mostly to do of how you are using your use effect hooks. So as long as you have the appropriate fields placed inside the dependency array, then you should be fine. So let's go over here. Let's see. Wish my chat would stay sticky on the right hand side. It's fine. Let's go into user banner. I would say just focus learning React first. If you dive into something else, it can overwhelm you. So I'd say just stick with that first, then move on to Node and Mongo. There's no set time on how long you should be working with React. It's just basically, there's always going to be stuff to learn. So you should keep using it until you can actually build an application. If you can't build an application with React, then there's likely something that you're missing. So you just got to keep on learning, and don't think of it as if you had a time restraint. I would say as long as you understand the basics of React, you know how to conditionally render, dynamically render, you could just start learning Mongo. You can honestly learn Node. I would say don't worry about Mongo, but worry about Express. So learn Express, learn how to fetch data from Express API. And then once you actually know how to deal with fetching data, posting data, etc., then you can start working towards learning how to use a database. That's what I would recommend. Sorry, I'm just checking some documentation real quick. Bihan, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. How's your evening or morning going for you? Hi Harry, how are you? what are the goals for today? Fix up validation for banners and then add user profile picture support. Right now we're working on some stuff over here. I really don't like how the spacing is really bothering me, honestly. I don't know where this spacing is coming from. It's definitely not the padding. What is the use context hook? It basically allows you to share data between components without needing to prop drill it down to another component. So I think we'll need to update the state once we get the data, so that way we can hide the save changes with the, so that way like the current state is updated with new values. Is it okay to have so much use in one component? Yeah. Although, of course, we're going to migrate to Redux, move it to a Redux store soon. Typically, you probably would not want to have a bunch of state living in one component, but there are different methods on how you can handle that. One way is using something like a Redux or something like Redux Toolkit, or you could use another state management library like Recoil or MobX or Zustant. That cursor is really cool. How do you get that on VS Code? Search for caret cursor in the settings and you'll find it. Okay, so now if I do this, and if I let me actually refresh. If I click save, that thing should not disappear. Network request is taking forever. But there we go. Okay, that was really slow. Okay, yeah, so I uploaded the banner and changed this. Does not close it. Good. Now if I upload just the banner, click save, this should disappear. Okay, as expected, perfect. And the reason why is because about copy is not equal to about. So I think what we need to do is, I think maybe what we'll do is when we update anything that's related to a user, we'll probably update the user as well. So that way we don't have to update the individual about. I think that will actually simplify things a lot more better. Unmetered VPS. DigitalOcean is really good. It's a fixed price every single month for droplets, aka virtual machines, and I would highly recommend it. It's really good. I've used it for a while and I like it a lot. I can definitely vouch for it. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll probably just start migrating to Redux for the user, because right now we're using context for user. Might as well migrate to Redux right now, right? Because I already have a user context. Doesn't really make sense to use context and Redux at the same time. Hi Sleepy Boy, how are you? I recently started using Redux again, and I happy to see that the toolkit reduces a lot of the overhead of boilerplate. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I really like using Redux a lot thanks to Redux toolkit. I absolutely despise using the old version of Redux. It was a nightmare setting up the container of the component, doing map dispatch to props, map state to props, and having to call like combine reducers. It was just a nightmare. Redux toolkit makes Redux amazing to use, in my opinion. Some people still don't like it though, but it's okay. I think some people just don't like the nature of Redux because everything is encapsulated in its own domain. Like you have reducers that do its own thing, you have thunks that do its own thing, you have slices that do its own thing, you have selectors that do its own thing, and some people don't like that. Some people just like to be able to update and retrieve it without needing to worry about different functions and worry about what each thing does. But I can understand where they're coming from. So I don't disagree with those who don't like Redux for those reasons. I have not tried Zustin. Well, actually, I have played around with it as an experimental feature when I was like just bored and I was just looking into it one time. But I never actually used it for a project before. So I'll have to learn at some point. Hi Zebros, how are you? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. We also need, I think, an error, I think. Seems like I did not use error for this. Yeah, it seems like I didn't use error. But I guess that's okay. So, let's see. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and update the state of loading, so similar to what we're doing here. So we're basically just migrating away from using this use auth hook, and we'll be using the Redux store instead to do everything. Well, actually, this use auth hook will stay, but the only difference is that we'll just, I guess, dispatch the action. So what we'll do is we'll dispatch a thunk, the fetch user thunk, and if it's fulfilled, then we'll go ahead and update the state of user, and we'll set loading to false. If the thunk has failed, so fetch user thunk, if it rejects, we will just set the state of loading to false. We don't really need an error, honestly. At least not right now. Any advice for other coders that want to start YouTube? I would just say just do it for fun, I guess. I don't know, like I would say just do it because you want to do it, and if you're looking to do it full time, I can't really speak on the behalf because I have not. I don't think I have made it yet to say that, so I would just say just make videos because you want to make it. Now again, like if you want to treat it as a real job, that's a different story. I cannot advise you on that, but I can only advise you on doing it just for fun and just doing it just to enjoy it and just doing whatever you want and not worrying about what other people will tell you. And don't be afraid to experiment with your channel when it's brand new. That's all I would say. Now, I probably don't think I would want to. I think maybe I might want to handle the fulfill and rejecting a little bit different. I'm not sure though. I don't know. Well, let's try this out 100% though. So probably won't need controller board as well. Let's see. Do I even need a hook anymore? That's the thing that I'm wondering. Do I even need a hook, or can I just do it inside this use effect hook, honestly? I guess I could. Do I think React is too verbose? No, I don't think so. I mean, comparing it to Angular, I think Angular is more verbose than React in my opinion. React, you have flexibility. Now the linters might give you some annoyance, but that's fine. So we'll dispatch this thunk, and I guess we don't even really need to do anything else. We just have to dispatch that, because when we call this, it will take care of fetching the API for the user, and if the user is logged in, then it'll return a 200 with the user instance. If the user is not logged in, it will throw a 401, which will end up being handled by our user thunk.rejected case right over here. So do state.loading equals false, and we just do state.user equals undefined, I guess. Then we don't need to really do that. So I probably don't even need to do this. I just probably call use auth like this. And what I could do is, I don't know if calling the hook in order will even matter though. But I guess what we could do is const user slice equals selector. The only way we'll know is if we try, right? We won't know unless we try. Okay, so now we have to wait for the moment of truth. So fetch the API. So it doesn't even want to give us a chance to load. Interesting. Let's take a look at the state and see what's going on. Fetch user pending. So if fulfilled, and it updates the user state. Okay. Now if loading, it'll return loading. If user, return user. Let's see. Loading is set to false. Okay. Oh, I see. So maybe what we should do. Oh, I think we might need to add another case. Add case fetch user thumb. We never changed the state of loading, so let's do that inside here. Now this should probably work, or maybe not. So in pending, loading is true. So if it's true, it should return loading. If it's not, if user, return children. That's interesting. Well, now loading is false, but user is probably still not defined, I believe. How learn React from scratch? Here you go, use that. Let's see. So if loading or there's no user, return loading. What if I log out and see what happens? Server's taking forever to respond. The loading state is always set to true, which is not good. So when loading, if loading or there's no user, let's see what happens. User. Am I using JWT? Nope. Okay, so on rejected, it goes into state.loading false, I believe. Yep, it goes over here. So state.user is undefined. So, okay, yeah, this makes sense. If loading or if there's no user, return loading. Okay, well, we're not loading anymore. So it should go to navigate. Now let's see if I log in. So login worked. You can see the cookies are over here. The problem is now when I call use auth. Let's see. It'll fetch the user. Loading will be set to true. Loading will be returned. Capkinos, how are you? I think what we should do if return if there's no user. If there's no user and navigates. Interesting. Sometimes Redux can be a little bit of a pain. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, the problem is that it'll navigate first before we can even get to, you know, get to the state. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of doing it a different way though. But it doesn't really make sense to do it with Redux and I could probably do it a different way. Maybe what I could do is I can handle the actions myself. So instead of doing inside here, I could just do myself over here. So what I could do is this. So when we call use auth, we could dispatch. We'll set loading to true. Set that to true. So that will set the state from false to true. Okay. Now what if I actually do this? What if I did this? What if I set loading to true? Because that's what we have with the okay, so if I set loading to true, that seems to work. Okay. Now what if I remove this part? Okay, yeah, no. Yep, no, that's not good. I think we might need to do it a different way. Let me remove this. We'll do it a different way instead of doing it like this. So I think what I'll do is let me set the state to false. And then what I'll do is I'll dispatch set loading to true. Then we'll go ahead and dispatch fetch user thunk. And what we'll do is we'll just we can just do a dot then. We just do a dot cache. We just handle the thunk error ourselves. And so over here, what we can do is we can get the user. And then we can just dispatch our own action to update the state of the user. So set user state action payload action user like that. Let me just do that, and then damn, Anson, become a TV channel at this point. Yo, what's going on, Visu? How are you, man? One second. Played some games, nice. What's UE? Unreal Engine. Gotcha. Well, that's good to know. And work is just Unreal Engine. Or wait, full stack web dev. Well, I mean, at least you're learning things on the side, which is good. Have you tried Zustin or Jotai? Not yet. Not yet. Maybe at some point I will, though. I'm not against it. I'm always open to trying new things in programming and seeing how things are done differently. So maybe we'll use those for our next project after we finish up this chat app. Is there a course on progressive apps like this? Well, I mean, if you learn NestJS, it'll force you to have your file system like this. So if you learn Nest, if you learn Nest, it'll 100% be worth it, in my opinion. I can promise you that, my friend. Are you using just stock HTML CSS for the site or another front end? What do you mean by that? Shit, I forgot I can't do this. Okay, so only problem with this is that when we log in, it tries to post the user, and then, okay, I think what we need to do is when we log in, we'll need to actually update the state as well, I think. So, we'll have to do that as well. Because right now, when we call post login user, yeah, we'll need to basically update the state. But let me actually see what goes on when I log in. Because this is okay. Now the question is, if I log in, should it return the original data? I think it should. So we can make the API work like this. So on login, we could probably just return the auth or the authenticated user. Let's see if I could. Hi Wish Saldor, how are you? Oh, it's not good. There we go. And so what will happen is on the front end, we'll receive this response as the user who's logged in. And what we could do is we could just update the state. But I don't really like doing it this way though, because it just feels really weird doing it this way. So I don't even know if it's really worth updating this whole thing to Redux, honestly. But I definitely don't want to just use context for... I definitely don't want to use context with Redux. How long do you usually code for? Like, do you code through the night? I mean, I'm only coding a lot more because I'm streaming. If I don't stream, I usually don't code. So outside of, you know, me being on YouTube, I don't really code much. So I'm only coding this much just because I'm live, of course. But I'm not doing it, you know, for any other reason other than for just learning purposes. So, but if I had like a project that I was working on for a client, I would just code maybe like 6-7 hours a day. Really depends. Hi Divi, how are you? You store a raw password or hash password in a database. I'm storing everything hashed. Okay, so when we click login, it logs the user in, and it tries to navigate us to conversations. The only problem is that the user has not been authenticated, which is why you can see that right now the form is not working that way we expected. So what we need to do is we could probably just dispatch an action to update the state. That'll work well. So when I set the user, we can then navigate to conversations. This is after logging in. So let's go over here. Cool, man. I was just wondering. I'm a senior software engineer, so I know the feeling of pulling an all-nighter coding. Hello, keep on rocking on. Yep, you know how it is, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And thanks for stopping by. Okay, so now that when I set the state of the user, it will then navigate. Now, I don't really like doing it this way, but you know, I don't really have a choice, because if we want to migrate completely away from context, then we'll have to kind of like do it this way. Because if I try to navigate to conversations, the state of user has not even been set yet, so that's also problematic as well. But it's okay though. I think doing it this way is not the end of the world. We always know the user is stored over here. And we can always very easily update the user's profile and anything through the store. So I think in the long run, it'll be a lot better doing it this way instead of, you know, doing it through context. So, yeah. Also, this music is way too loud. I just hope there's no side effects, no bad side effects though, with the way that we're doing it like this. But I really don't like handling it like this though. The reason why is because, well, we're not using the thunks we're not using like the extra reducers. But I don't know if you can set loading in, or I don't know if you can, I don't know if you can, let me see, can you call set timeout in reducer? Sorry to blind you guys. I think maybe. So I think maybe we'll have to use a middleware. Or we could use something like Redux Saga, but I think probably might not want to do that. Why don't you like using context? It's not that I don't like using context, it's just that I don't think it really makes sense to use both at the same time when you don't really need it. Like for example, there's no point for us to store our user in the user context and update it separately compared to the Redux store itself. Because now, when we're working on our settings profile page, we'll need to update details of the user's profile, right? And if I were to update the user separately outside of the Redux store in the context itself, right? Then you would have to worry about, oh, well, where's this user data being stored, right? And then now you have just two different containers that stores different data. and it just feels like an anti-pattern, you know. So that's why I'm saying like it's better to just keep everything in the single Redux store. Like if you're gonna use Redux, you might as well only use it. Why did you use cookies instead of JWT? Well, I mean, JWTs are nice, but the only problem with JWTs are that there's no way that you can actually properly invalidate a JWT without saving it to like a database or like some kind of restricted list. At least with sessions and cookies, you can always delete them from the database. And if it's not in the database or in the session store, then that basically implies that the session is invalid or it's no longer active. With JWTs, when you sign the user's payload, right, it is portable. You can pass it to any server and you'll always be able to verify the payload and get the user's object that you signed, right? But there's no way you can correctly, well, I shouldn't say correctly, there's no way that you can actually invalidate it naturally, natively. So what you would have to do is you would have to store it inside something like inside like a Redis server or a database, right? I would say Redis is better because Redis has a TTL property that you can use. And every single time the user makes a request, if their JWT is inside that Redis store, that means that their JWT is no longer valid. Or you could do it like the other way around. But that's one of the reasons why I personally don't like JWT. I just saw this allow gifts thing. Looks like they are learning from Twitch. What is allow gifts? Fog the Catman, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Twitch stream, I should say. But that's my reasoning why I don't want to use JWT. I think JWT is great for like, you know, token-based authentication and short-lived authentication. But for sessions, I don't think, like for example, if you wanted a JWT that lived for 1 year, right? Well, there's no way that you can ever invalidate that JWT ever, because that JWT will forever be valid. The only way that you can quote unquote invalidate it is if you store it somewhere, like in the like a restricted list, right? And that would require you to store every single JWT in the Redis server, in the database, right? And it just adds more and more stuff and uses more memory. And so it makes you wonder, is it even worth doing it? So I would say JWT is perfect for like short-lived, you know, short-lived stuff. Like for example, if you want to give access to a user for maybe like 60 minutes or 1 day, right? JWT would be perfect for that, right? Because, you know, you will always know that that JWT will not live longer than like, you know, a day, 7 days, 1 month, right? So it'll expire very soon. Hi Anson, sorry I can't watch, I'm going to college. Alright, see you later, Junaid. Hope you have fun. Hopefully that makes sense though. I'll do a poll in chat. JWT or cookies? Let me know, what do you guys think? Yeah, I also don't like this either. it shows the conversation. Yeah, this is it just feels so weird. It was way better with context. I don't know, something about authentication just feels, something with authentication with Redux just feels really weird. I don't know. I don't know why though. Because it shouldn't even be. Oh, you know what it is? It's because you know what it is. It's because user has already been set already. Yeah, I know why. Let me go over here. Yeah, user has already been set already. So that's why it shows the actual children, which is the entire conversation page, and then it will set the loading state again. Because when you visit the conversations page, right, it'll go through authenticator route. It'll call useauth. It'll fetch data. Yeah, I don't think I want to do it this way, honestly. Might just have to bite the dust on this one, to be honest with you. And just suck it up, and at least I don't know, the way that I'm doing it just feels so weird. So might just have to bite the dust on this one. And I think what I'll do instead is I think what I'll do instead is I'll just make it so that if I want to update the auth user, we can just do that very easily. By updating the profile. I guess, I don't know, I don't really feel, it just feels weird doing it with Redux, you know? At least with context, it just feels more better. Something like that. I don't know. Something like that. Hi Tulakek, how are you? I'll have to experiment a little bit. But yeah, I don't know though. It just feels weird. Like, I don't understand why I wouldn't be able to get the user, right? I mean, it is local state, but it should work the same way even with Redux as well. Right? Update the user, return user loading. The only difference is that you're just fetching the data. You're just getting the data using a selector instead of returning it from a hook. So I'm just confused. I am very, very confused, but it's whatever for now. What we do need to do though is we do need to update the context. Update user right over here. We will need to call update user. So that way we can actually update the new user. That way we can actually update the new user with their profile banner and stuff. Because remember, when you upload a profile banner, it'll return the new profile banner. It'll also return the new about. So we need to make sure we update the state so that way it has the newest values. Otherwise, we will have to refresh it every single time. So if I go over here, right, we need to make sure that the context actually has the newest values. I'm good, and you? Great to see you before going to bed for me. Oh, I'm not doing bad. I'm glad that you all are here tonight with me. Having lots of fun, clearly, with some of our issues, but that's okay. Yeah, basically over here, update auth user. We'll call this with the new user. And we should also make this return a user instance as well, because it does. So after we get the response, log user, okay. And then we just update user with this. Like that. So that way, when we update the auth user, right, about will be the new value, okay, which will then set the about copy to the new value of about. And so since they'll both be equal, this condition over here will be false. So that means is changed will also be false because we're also setting banner files undefined. So now if I were to update the about me, and if I were to save, this should disappear. Seems like it didn't. I'm not sure. Let's try again. Let's see. About. Let me try rendering this stuff out. Just another Monday night, yeah. I feel that. I hate Mondays, honestly. Okay, wonder over here. So what's going on? So right now I'm updating the copy. If I click save, the about needs to get updated, but it seems like it doesn't update it on time. Oh, I think maybe we'll need a use effect, and we'll have to re-render the component whenever the user gets changed, I guess. Well, that doesn't really do anything, though. Yeah, actually, this wouldn't really do anything. That doesn't do anything. No, yeah. What am I even talking about? It should update it, though. It gives you, hey, I'm Anson, right? Update auth user is this right over here. In the app.tsx, this is where we are really calling this set user. Because that's what we're really doing. We're really just passing this down over here to set user. And now anywhere in the application, wait, well, is it update auth user or is this set user? No, it's wait. I think I might be doing this wrong. App with providers, we're passing that in here. We have the Redux, auth context. Okay, so interesting that it does not. Okay, so now it updates it if I go away. So this will now be updated if I go back here. Okay, so maybe it's not re-rendering when we update. Interesting. My man's keyboard using half of America's power right now. Yeah, maybe updating it in Redux might be the best way to do this. I am wondering why it won't re-render. Okay, so the state is being updated right over here. It's just that the original value is not being updated. Let me see. So let me see. So the only one that's not being changed is the original. So the original is depending on this is what this is about. It's always going to depend on this. I mean, what I could do is I could also just call set about, but I don't really think that'd be. Let me see. So maybe what I could do is use fact. So whenever the user changes, we can always just do set about user dot profile dot about. Maybe that might work. Cool. There we go. Now you can see that the about thing disappears. Right, whenever I do hello world. When I save, it disappears because this. Let me show you. This this component appears only when this is changed function returns true, and about copy. If about copy is not equal to about, that means that the user made a change to the about field, or if banner file is truthy, which means that the user uploaded a file. Okay, now if either one of these is going to be false, well, actually, let me see. If either one of these is going to be true, then that means its change is true. Now, if either one of these is true, but the other one is false, that means it's still going to return true because its change is true, right? This will always be true if at least one field has been changed. If both of these are false, then that means its change is false. So that's why we need to update the user.profile.about, because we need to make sure that it depends on the previous value. Hi, this plant, how are you? Use callback instead of use effect to set about state. Could also do this. So I could probably just call set about user.profile.about. don't really think I'd want to use this, to be honest with you. And I don't really think it matters because use callback and use memo should only be used when you have an actual expensive computation. This computation itself is not really that expensive, so I don't think I'll need to use that. Nice key, B, Anson, love it. Thank you, Gunslinger. Plus, I just tried it and let's see. Seems like it didn't even update what I wanted originally. But I assume that I have to actually call the callback itself. But where would I call it though is the problem, right? Because we need to trigger. I mean, would I call it in the use effect? If I were to call it in the use effect, that would just be like, I would just be better off just doing it inside the use effect. I think this is fine, honestly. There we go. Still a bit pissed though. I really want to migrate to Redux with the user, but I'll do that later though. You didn't read my message above, that might solve the issue. I don't really think that wouldn't make much of a difference. Hello, how are you doing? Question, did you go to college? I'm doing good, and yes, I did go to college. Yo, your words per minute is crazy. I hunt the letters one at a time. You'll get better eventually. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What's chat's WPM? Yeah, I would say as long as you have above 50, that's above average from what I've seen. Okay, now if it throws an error, then of course it won't do anything. It won't update. Yep, that's fine. Yep, we could do that. And now when I call save, I also want to make it so that set is editing is false. So that way, we can disable the form field again. In terms of the banner, it should use the new URL, I believe. And it seems like it is user.profile.banner, I think. Maybe it isn't. Let me see. If I were to call server now, I think it's still using the old source, which is not good. So I think what I can try to do is I can try to revoke the object URL just to test out this theory. So if I upload a different banner and if I click save, let's see what's going on. I think my app froze. Or did it? Seems like it's taking forever. That's what I've noticed with this API call, is that it takes forever to upload. I think it's because the file is just too big. So we called object revoke URL, that didn't do anything. Now I wonder, is it using the same? Let me actually check. Is it using the same? Let me see. Is it this one? This one. Yeah, you see how it's still using this blob right over here? You see blob? Yeah, we don't want that. We need to make sure that it reflects the new one. So what I could do is I could just set, let's see. I could just set banner source right over here. So let me do set banner source. And I just set banner source to user profile dot banner. Okay. Okay. So in case if this is undefined, then we'll just return the original state. And we can also make it so that we can only do user.profile dot about. Updating. So whenever we change the banner, let's see. Hanson, I missed your earlier streams. Did you use the CSS framework for styles? I use style components, yes. Okay, so now if I do this now, let's click save. Okay, so that got updated. Updating about or banner. If I look in the elements, right over here, it's still using the blob. That is not good. I don't want it to use the blob. It has to use the new. Let me see. Banner source about. Set banner source to user profile. Oh, wait. Wait a minute though. That should break it then. Because this is not this. Banner source. Oh, you know what it is? I'm using the banner source copy. So I think I need to update the copy. But if banner source changes, that means this should change. Right? Because we saw that earlier, that about copy was being reflected. Yao Yera, welcome to the stream. How are you? So we saw earlier that whatever banner source copy, whatever banner source is, that's what banner source should be. So when I call set banner source, it should not use the blob. Let's find out again. Okay, that's the new URL. Yep, that's the new URL. Now when I look at here, it's still using the blob, which is not good. Well, banner is defined, so it wouldn't need to get the old one. I can see the value over here. So it does not re-render. I don't know, it's really weird though. I don't think this gets called. Original copy, so copy is not being updated. Interesting. But that was not the case with about though. So now they're both the same, and now it should use. There we go. Now it's using that. That's really weird, though. The state is really weird because banner source copy is dependent on banner source. So if it's a blob currently, then it'll turn to a blob, and if it's the updated URL. So when I re-render the component, when user profile banner changes, use effect callback gets called again. Set banner source is going to get changed, right? So shouldn't that change the value of the source copy? That's what confuses me. So I'm updating the copy, and when I save, I then update about. Okay. Okay, that might make sense. So maybe instead of updating the banner source, I should be updating the copy instead. Yeah, I think I should be updating the copy instead. On file change, we always call set banner source copy. So we're always modifying the source all the time. So when we save, wait, we're always modifying the copy. So when we save, we should probably update just the source and not the copy. Because copy, oh wait, I get it now. Because copy is going to contain the blob, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense now. Yep. Copy is going to contain the blob URL. And that's the URL that we're using for the component. So we have to update both the copy and the banner source. But what's weird is that when I update the banner source, it does not update copy. And I don't know why. I wonder what happens if I use a callback function instead. Okay, copy is still going to be a blob. Yep. So I guess we'll just have to update the copy as well. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Hey Anson, can you tell me why you're building this chat app? Like as a startup or just for fun? Just for fun. Have you changed your keyboards from blue to brown? These are red switches. Wish me luck. Just started emergency reliability week. What is that? I don't know what that is, but I wish you the best of luck with that. We will definitely fix up all this. Don't worry. We'll definitely tidy up all this code very, very soon. I feel like I'm in a race with you because I am also building a chat app, and every time I'm watching your stream, I'm like, damn, he's already on this feature, that feature. What are you up to right now? Damn, I went to bed. You still streaming? I mean, I just started streaming not too long ago. Is this your first YouTube channel? You sound familiar. Yeah, your name looks really familiar too. I feel like I know you from somewhere. But I mean, I know I saw you yesterday and the day before. But I mean, yeah, this is my first channel. This is multi-part. What do you mean by multi-part? Right now I'm just working on profile pictures right now. Hey Jishu, how are you? Ishant, how are you? Hi Lucky, how are you? Shreyash, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Right now I'm working on profile picture feature. How many hours of sleep did I get? A couple. How much time you code a day when you're learning? I would say learning and coding kind of goes hand in hand together. Whenever I'm coding, I'm learning, and whenever I'm learning, I'm coding. So they kind of work together in conjunction. In conjunction. He doesn't learn anything because he already knows everything. Nah, that's not true. And in which age I started coding? I started coding when I was 18 years old. Jack, how are you? I'm doing good, man. How about you? How long have you been doing React? I've been using React for 2 years now, I think. A year and a half, maybe. Wait, what the hell is this music? This music is trash. Just gonna put back some lo-fi again. Did you are a freelancer or doing job? I did freelancing for some time, but now I work full time. How do you think about React? I think React is a good framework. I like it a lot. What I have to do now, I'm 18 and I am also learning coding. Please guide me. What do you need guidance for exactly? Like, that's kind of like a vague, request. Like, you need to be specific with what exactly it is that you're trying to do with coding. Like, for example, what are your goals in life? You have to ask that first. Renth is, how are you? Why there are two keyboards? Because I need two keyboards. Hi Gravity, welcome back. I am doing good. How about yourself? Are you not sleeping? Any tips for someone who is going to learn TypeScript to implement their own project? I don't really know, honestly. Like, I would say, as you're learning TypeScript, pay very close attention to understanding understanding the different data types that are available in TypeScript that you would not see in JavaScript. I would also pay close attention to how to properly type annotate everything, such as parameters, functions, creating custom types. I feel like one of the most difficult thing about TypeScript is really just understanding what to correctly type annotate what. Everything else is pretty straightforward, like learning about classes, function type annotations, things like that. Those are pretty straightforward. I feel like it's just the typings that could mess someone up. So I'd say just focus on that, and just play around, practice type annotating literally everything. I would say get into the habit of type annotating every single object that you ever can think of. Like, for example, if you look at my code, right, everything is type annotated. If I have an object that is supposed to represent a message, I create a message type. If I have an object that represents a response from an API, I create a something. Let's see, where is it? I create something like delete group message response. So that would definitely, those things will definitely go a long way. Anson, what is your mouse speed in Windows? I think about 1450. Wow, you've made big progress from the last time being here, 2 days ago. Well, welcome back, PR Production. Nice to have you here. Thanks for the advice. I was struggling learning TypeScript and React Native. It can be very difficult. It can be very difficult. It can be very difficult. Don't, like, it can be very difficult. Okay. Me using TypeScript any everything, hee. Yeah, that's a bad habit that I had in the beginning too. Honestly, might just change this to a freaking. Might just change this to an app, just a regular user container. Honestly. So this will allow me to set the avatar. And when I do that, I think honestly the easiest thing here is probably just use an avatar container, honestly. Instead of just having two, yeah, I think I'll just do this, honestly. Hi Kai, how are you? Dude, I need to quit my job. Why? What happened? What's wrong? There we go. See? So now the avatar is being changed on the front end, and now I could just save this data by sending it to the back end. Use the exclamation mark keyboards command to get all 3 keyboards that I use. Wow. Keep going, dude. Thank you, Derek. I will. You've been doing that app for a long time, yeah? Anson, what is your line scroll speed? I have no idea, honestly. So I'm gonna change my profile picture. I wonder if there's a way to kind of like compress the image on the back end. I wonder if that's even possible. But okay, now we just have to go ahead and make it so that it submits the avatar to the back end. Okay, so let's see, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? Right now, I know like all this code looks like crap right now. Don't worry. Once we actually get everything working, we will fix everything up and tidy everything up. This is how you learn the most, yeah? I just do, code, and then, you know, I'll take a little bit of a break, reevaluate, you know, what I've learned, and then, yeah. Lo-fi non-copyright. It's gonna get copyrighted anyways, it's fine. Non-copyright lo-fi music. Let's play this. Use exclamation mark theme command to get the theme. Hi Syed, how are you? Okay, so now what we'll do is this. All we gotta do is that, and then when we reset, we'll do set avatar file undefined, set avatar source copy to avatar source, then URL revoke on avatar source copy. Okay, when we save, we'll do the same thing. We'll revoke the URL for we'll revoke the blob. We'll set avatar file to undefined. And I think that should be it. And to check if is changed, we just add another condition. If avatar file is truthy, that means there has been a change to the UI, as you can see right over here. The moment I click reset, the avatar file is removed. The moment I upload it, the moment I add it again, it appears again. Okay, now when I click on save, it should save it to the back end. Although right now it won't actually save it to the back end because we have not written that code yet. Keyboards with the S. Are you on both Twitch and YouTube, Keone? You're on both Twitch and YouTube. I did add Nightbot into Twitch though. I did add Nightbot into Twitch. So for example, there is the keyboards command here. Should work on Twitch, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe Nightbot is not working for Twitch right now. I need to work with Nest, or is Express just fine? Express is fine. You don't need NestJS. What is next project after finishing this project? E-commerce. E-commerce. We'll do e-commerce. What project are you doing after this one? E-commerce. E-commerce. 100% e-commerce. Sorry, just fixing my camera real quick. There we go. Should be better. Are you planning just clone Amazon, or is it absolutely different with some kind of features? No, I'm not gonna clone Amazon. I mean, we're not really building Amazon. We're just building a custom shop marketplace for people to sign up, onboard, set up a Stripe account, and yeah. Definitely not cloning Amazon though. Okay, so we have not updated the avatar yet. Or wait, oh shit, did I actually upload avatar already? Oh shit. Maybe avatars already... Maybe we already did upload avatars already. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Oh shit, let me see. Users, controllers, profile. I didn't know I uploaded avatars. Let me see. If user profile exists. So, user profile banner. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess uploading banner and uploading avatar really do the same thing, honestly. Okay. So I call this twice. So I don't even need both of these functions. I could just literally have one function that just calls upload. And yeah, it seems like the upload, seems like profile pictures do work though. That's good. I have my profile picture. I have my profile picture. Now obviously it's not being displayed anywhere else yet. But yeah. Not too bad. Not too bad. Probably will increase the opacity of this though. Let me do that real quick. That looks a lot better. But we do need to find a way to compress the image before we upload it though. I think maybe we could probably throw it in through some kind of image compressor library. And that should take care of it, honestly. But for the most part, it is not too bad, honestly. Not too bad. Cool. Please, can you explain how to activate payment process with React and Express? I have a course that teaches you how to use Express with Stripe API. That's probably what you'll need to learn is Stripe API. Bro, which coding language to learn, which is quite demanding? Python, Java, and TypeScript. TypeScript/JavaScript are very demanding languages. Okay, so now that we can upload profile pictures, we'll just need to make it so that we can render the profile pictures on the user, and of course we'll have to change this as well. Yeah, I'll probably just upload like a default profile picture that lives on the cloud that'll be used for everyone. But in terms of like, yeah, the profile picture works great, honestly. No complaints. Java is yeah, Java is good language. Kirill, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Do I know Kotlin or Swift? No. Do you use cores in the CQRS or cores? Can you add something like incognito chat, like when you chat with someone, messages get deleted when you leave the conversation? That sounds like a good idea, honestly. That sounds like a good idea. Why did I decide to learn Russian? Well, I was just looking for languages to learn, and I thought the Cyrillic alphabet was really cool, so I decided to learn Russian. Привет, Kirya. What is the reason of choosing MySQL? Why did you not select Postgres? Mostly just because just like MySQL. I mean, it doesn't really matter, honestly. In production, you'd automatically be provided with the node env environment variable. Well, don't you have to set that somewhere though? How are you, Hiron? Hi Usama, how are you? Our website's able to make it where they have no access to change user information within codes. Yes. How are you loading the env file? NestJS can do that automatically with the config library. Do you plan to use another backend tech in the next project? I'll see what chat thinks. I personally don't care, but you know, some people will get mad because I want to use something else. So I'll probably leave a vote in the chat and see. I don't really mind using, you know, Express or Nest or, you know, Django or even Spring Boot, but there's always going to be that one person or multiple people that are going to say, oh, why are you using X, Y, and Z? As if like there's always one way to do certain things. But I don't know. I'm open to ideas. I am open to ideas. What technology are you using for backend? Oh, it seems like you delete that message. Do I have a plan to use GraphQL? Maybe at some point. Is it possible to delete messages or conversations in your chat app? It is possible to delete messages. It is not possible to delete conversations. Bit newer here. Are you using REST or GraphQL with Nest? Also, how has your experience been with the Nest boilerplate? So right now I'm only using REST. We probably will get to a point where we might need GraphQL because, you know, as our application scales and, you know, as the data grows, right? It's just going to be a lot more difficult to send the entire payload all in one through the REST API. So it would make a lot more sense to use GraphQL for that case. In terms with the boilerplate, I personally don't mind it. I've gotten used to it, honestly. Like, I've been using Nest for probably over a year now consistently, and you know, I've gotten used to the setup and everything. It takes forever because everything is done in a specific way. That's why, like, any video on my channel that has to do with, like, you know, setting up an NestJS API, it takes absolutely forever. But you know, that's just how it is, you know. Right now I am just setting up the app on the server so you guys can test it out right now if you guys want to. But I'll let you guys test it out and see if it works. Hi Ramez, how are you? When someone deletes a message, is it completely gone? Yeah, it's completely gone from the database. Like, it's completely gone from the database. Like 100% gone from the database. Deleted, wiped, vanished. Not even the government can access it. Do you think it's true that Discord has no access to deleted messages? Oh, absolutely not. Like, I think a lot of chat apps obviously say that, or they never say anything, but the delete message likely does not delete messages. I think it's pretty obvious. But I really like the idea that Rafiux gave earlier. I really like that idea where you can create like an incognito chat and none of the messages are saved. It's just saved in memory. Or like you can save it in memory and then when they refresh, all of them are gone. I like that idea a lot. Or you can just save it to local storage and let the user clear all of their messages. Because I think that's what Signal does. I think Signal saves it on your device's local storage. And I think you can back it up. I'm not sure. I haven't used it for a while. Is the app going to be finished in Angular? Why would we finish it in Angular? Alright guys, the app is on right now if you guys want to test it out. Although before I send you guys a link, let me just see if my stuff works. Okay, alright, I'll send you guys a link right now. You guys can test it out. Obviously, don't use your real information, of course. But just use some fake data. Just go to that website. You know, just sign up for an account and try using the profile picture feature. So right now, I'll upload a banner. Let's see if it works. Seems like an error was thrown. It says it was too large. Request, yeah. So the image may have been way too big. Try a smaller image. Same thing. 500. That is not good. Damn. Seems like DigitalOcean Spaces really doesn't like these things. Oh, you know what it is? My credentials are messed up right now. I don't know why my Linux server is so weird. Wait, give me 1 second. I gotta fix something real quick. Sorry. My Linux server is really annoying. It doesn't actually want to read the environment variables, which is... I don't know why, but it's so annoying. Sorry, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. It will only take 1 minute, don't worry. Local storage and memory would really work if it's going to be a long time to view it, plus local storage volumes don't text, yeah. Yeah, I think that would only be good if it's like temporary solution, and not for like, you know, long-term solution, you know. Alright, imageable should work now, let me try. There we go. Alright, it should work now. Alright, try it, guys. Go over to settings and then go and try changing avatar. And then just set it to something. I don't know if the avatar... Yeah, the avatar doesn't load, I think. Or maybe avatar might be broken, I'm not sure. Avatar might be broken. Request entity too large. That's funny. Okay, so this worked, but the other one didn't work. Okay. So it seems like Spaces has like a limit. Is it like the chat room oriented or one message? Well, I mean, there is private chat and then there's group chat. And right now there is a rate limit on friends, but you can see I can send messages to whoever I want. And I can also send a message in a group chat like this, for example. Yeah, everything is fine except for the avatar. Yeah, it might throw an error if you try to like add a really large profile picture. But if you try using a smaller one, it should work. Try using a smaller profile picture. It should work. So for example, if I do this, it should show the spinner and then it should save. There is a rate limit on friends though. But I can right click a user and I can click message and I can say hey, and now I can message them. And I can also create a group. I can also create a group with anyone I want. But there's obviously a lot of things that we gotta fix, of course. I started watching your videos about React. It really helps to learn your technology. I'm glad that you're watching them, and I'm glad that you like them, Curl. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is wrong with Ubuntu. It's making deploying such a pain in the ass sometimes. It would be easier if I could just deploy my app without having to worry about changing environment variables all the time. It's so annoying. I might honestly just use like something like Vault, so I can store all the credentials and just fetch from there. I wonder if Vault is free though. Vault by HashiCorp. Only problem that I wonder is, will it fetch the data in time? That is my only concern. That is my only concern. I'm still laughing at the top left guy. What's wrong with the top left guy? You should make a 2FA. Yeah, it's already been suggested already. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours, I'd say. Nothing wrong with just random. Oh yeah, it's just a placeholder. Just a placeholder for now. Use a .env file with prod edit using Vim or Nano versus Well, usually what I do is I have two environment variable files. I have one for development and I have one for production. But usually what I do is I don't know, like for some reason TypeORM doesn't want to read the production one. And what's also weird is that it doesn't want to read the password from the env file, which is why I'm just so confused. Like I'm so confused why it does not want to read the password from my file. It's so weird. Like I don't get it. It's the same exact password, but whenever I put it in, it throws an error and it says that, oh yeah, you have to yeah, I don't know, it's just so weird, man. Like, it's able to interpret everything except for the password, which is why I'm so confused. Like, I'm so confused. Like, it's able to interpret the username, the password, the database. No, well, it's able to interpret everything except for the password. And I don't know why. Like, it is so weird. It's so weird to me. Yeah, no, all the environment variables are the same. It's the exact same thing. It's just so weird to me, you know? So it seems like now it works. So this is weird. Now it works after I guess what it is I just added quotes to it and it works. So maybe I'll have to try that later. I'll have to add quotes and then maybe it'll work. Hi, I'm new here. I have questions. Why use MySQL instead of MongoDB? I have a plan for experiment project building a chat API, but I need to research which DB I should use. Since most of this information being stored is structured data with schema, SQL seems a better fit. Yeah, what Sean said. To add on top of that, if you were to use MongoDB, you would eventually yield towards storing a lot of data that are relational. Because, for example, if you have a user can have a lot of different types of relationships between other documents. For example, a user could have a relationship between messages, a user could have a relationship between conversations, the amount of group chats they're in, their profile, their avatar, right? If they are subscribed or not, right? And although you could do that with MongoDB, but it's just like, you know, you might as well yield towards using MySQL or Postgres, for example, because those databases are optimized for relational data. Mick Dev, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Cool. Yeah, so I think I figured out what the issue was. I put quotes around I put quotes and then it seemed to have worked. What encryption do you use for passwords? I just use a hashing algorithm. I think it's SHA-256, which is the default one for bcrypt. Not really going hard on security right now because this project is just for fun. But of course, if we were to ever deploy this app to production, because right now we're just in the staging environment, you know. But if we were to ever deploy to production, we would increase security measures 100%. But is it possible to mix them both? Why would you need to mix them both? You shouldn't use both databases together because that will create a lot of conflict with your data. I hate all these tutorials out there that use NoSQL for relational databases. New devs get so misguided. Yeah, I know. I think the thing that misguides a lot of people is that they think MongoDB is an easier solution. It's not that it's an easier solution. Yes, it is a lot more simpler because you don't have to worry about, worrying about one-to-one, one-to-many. But it does come to a question, what happens when you have relationships, right? And in many applications nowadays, there's always going to be some kind of relationship between one over the other. Unless if you were, like the only time that I would feel like NoSQL would be best is if you have microservices, because what you're doing is you're completely decoupling your backend, and there's no relationship at all because each API is representing one resource. And you would basically need to fetch, let's say for example you have microservice, you have 3 APIs. You would fetch a payments API, right? Now that payments API could give you information about other details, but in the end it's still relational data anyways. How long have you been working on this? 3 weeks now. By the way, bcrypt used the bcrypt algorithm. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of impossible to step away from relational data, and it just doesn't make sense, to use a relational. It doesn't make sense to use a NoSQL database for an application that requires a lot of relational data. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion, though. But yeah, I've been doing some research lately on how to do end-to-end encryption. That's going to be a fun challenge that I'll have to tackle on how to do proper end-to-end encryption. I think that'll be fun. No SQL needed for massive scale is the only thing. Yeah, like for example, microservices are a good example of using NoSQL because microservice, each API owns its own database, and since it doesn't have any other entity related at all, you can just use a document type database, right? And then when you fetch the data from the API, you can use that data, that document, to do whatever you want. But here's the thing though, right? That document that you're retrieving might have data that relates to some other document that could be fetched from another microservice. So in the end, it just ends up being relational, just not immediately relational. You know what I mean? But then it gets more nuanced than just SQL versus SQL. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, SQL just makes a lot of sense because you can just literally get every single piece of data with one single query. That's how powerful SQL is. But yeah, it's been a real long time since I've used MongoDB. I can't even remember the last time I have used MongoDB. It's been so long. Not that I hate it, it's just that I've just never really found a good legitimate reason to use MongoDB. If there was an actual legitimate reason to use it, then sure, I'll use it. For example, I would probably use MongoDB in a project where I need absolutely no other additional data that needs to relate to that piece of information. Like for example, but then again though, it's just like, even if you choose not to use relational data, right? I just feel like personally that is kind of like not good because, you know, we were all kind of taught to aggregate your data. We were all kind of taught to, you know, encapsulate data. We were all taught to, you know, learn how to properly create composition and aggregation relationship between two objects, right? Especially when you learn object-oriented programming. So it's just like, you know, if you aren't doing that, like, what is your motive behind not following correct aggregation? What is your motive behind it? That is the question that I would love to know the answer to from someone who chooses MongoDB over SQL. What is your motive behind it? Exactly, you avoid redundancies. When you normalize your data, you know where everything is going to be, and you know every single necessary field and property is going to be in that table, right? And even in MongoDB, like what I found really strange was the way that MongoDB and these NoSQL databases were marketed was that you never needed to worry about having a proper schema. The document store was dynamic, so you can just populate whatever key value pair you want. But then when you watch tutorials, usually they end up using an ORM and they define a schema for it. So isn't that kind of like an anti-pattern? That's kind of like counterintuitive. You're creating a database that is based around schemaless, right? Because MySQL follows a schema. But now you're using an ORM that allows you to create a schema, and you're explaining to the user that, oh, it's important to create a schema. So that's what always confused me, is that the whole purpose of MongoDB was to have flexible data without having to worry about having a table or a document with a bunch of null values, right? But in the end, you still end up using a schema to define, you know, your properties and its data types. So that's why it's confusing to me, you know. It's weird. It's weird. No hate though. No hate towards MongoDB. Just genuine curiosity. Just genuine curiosity is all it is, my friends. Genuine curiosity. So MongoDB can be an alternative for caching databases. I mean, you probably wouldn't use MongoDB to cache. You'd probably use something like Redux. Redux is designed for caching. Probably not MongoDB though. Alright, I am going to turn off the app right now. Jesus. Let's see. Let me just delete everything from here. What's an easy way to differentiate what's server side versus what's client side? Well, I mean, client side is typically usually like the front end or the person that is making the request. So it depends on the context on what you mean by client side. Client side typically refers to the person that is making the request. The client side could also be server side too, because the server could also, make requests to another server. But typically, when people refer to client side, I mean, in this day and age, they oftentimes refer to client as front end. So like a React app or Angular app or Vue. And server side is usually just some API that is running, that is listening to requests on a certain port. And whenever it receives a request, it will return some kind of response. Yep, exactly what I've used it for. Generate a CSV file, save it to NoSQL to then read from it. I like to use Firestore because it lets me store objects. Mongo is just for documents, I guess. Parse some Excel files, CSVs, and so on to store them. Yeah. You have an amazing keyboard there. Thank you, Pranav. I've been using MongoDB for years now. It fits all my projects very well, even though I make a lot of relations. I don't see any problem on that. Well, there's no problem with doing that. It's just that if you yield towards relations in MongoDB, right, wouldn't it just be better to use something that fits relational data like SQL? You can definitely get away with creating relations using MongoDB. That's definitely very possible because there's documents, there's subdocuments in MongoDB. Like I'm sure you could definitely get very far doing that. Okay, so what I'll do, I guess what I'll work on now is I'll work on the circle plus fill. So we'll just make it so that we can add attachments, I guess. I think what I'll do is for attachments, I'll probably render them on the bottom. So when they add an attachment, we'll show the preview on the bottom. Though I hope it doesn't mess up the rest of our UI. Oh man. Let me see. Let me see. By the way, if the background sound, because I have something playing in the background, if it's too loud, let me know. I can always lower it. What's your lightning backlit keyboard? Use the keyboards command with an S. Hi Blue Wire, how are you? Yeah, I mean, in terms of the attachments, I think what I'll do is I'll probably, I can render it on the top or the bottom. I don't think it really matters too much, honestly. Because regardless of where I render it, I have this form right over here. I have message input container, and message input field is being rendered in message panel, and message panel renders the message panel body, which contain this component contains all the messages, and this component is scrollable. This footer contains the input field. So if I were to render the attachments, I would probably do it something like right over here, or I could do it on the bottom. Ultimately, like I could do it over here, and I'd probably make it display of flex, for example. And we need to make it scrollable on the x-axis. Something like that. And what I'll do is I'll add like a gap between these components, right? And we'll obviously set a max of maybe like 10, but I want to see what it looks like when we scroll, because I definitely want to make this scrollable. So you can see that that overflows. So what I could do is I'd probably set overflow x scroll, but the problem here is that it breaks that. So I think I'll have to see what happens. Flex. Because I definitely don't want this to break the UI. So we'll have to do something to fix that. Hi Lassie, how are you? Let me see. Nope. Do I use Formic? I use React Hook Form. Keep up the good work. Every time I open this stupid platform, I see you're working and it inspires me to do more. I hope this app eventually becomes the best one out there. Thank you, Ascendant. Set a parent div as overflow hidden. Let me do this real quick. Now we gotta find out which one needs overflowed. Or there we go. Alright, so it seems like it's this one right over here, which this is the message panel. Nope, might be one up. Oh wait, this is, wait, what am I doing? Wait. Freaking VS Code, man. Trolling me sometimes. Okay, so it seems like it's not this one. Must be the one up. So let me see, where is this rendered? Conversation channel page style. There we go. And then we could just have like a scrollable attachments list. And this shouldn't break the UI. Yeah, this shouldn't break the UI. All the messages will show over here. So yeah, we can just attach it on top over here. Do I have a tutorial for NestJS? I do. It's on my channel. I've not created a playlist for it though, but it is on my channel. And you don't have to scroll too far down to search for it. What are you trying to achieve? Oh yeah, I was just trying to make this scroll, but the overflow, it was overflowing the entire page, so I just had to set overflow to hidden here, and that seemed to fix that. Thanks to Flockes Ez. And of course we'll style up the scroll bar as well. I wonder if maybe on mobile would the user be able to even, like, you know, use their finger to drag the scroll bar. I think they should be able to, I think, on mobile devices. But yeah, so we'll allow them to, like, you know, scroll through here. They can see like their attachments and whatnot, right? And obviously we'll make it look nicer. We'll add some padding, and we'll obviously only render this if the user has attached multiple attachments. So a couple things I'll have to do, of course, is we'll need to make this plus icon work. We'll also need to support drag and drop as well, so that'll be pretty cool. And we'll also make it so that we can support copy and paste as well. Got to work. Thank you guys, and thank you, and see you later. All right, see you later, Zuan Akbar. Hi, Cannons, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Pretty good, pretty good. Not too bad. RX3Dev, how are you? So what we'll need to do is we'll need to manage the state to see how many attachments that they have added, and we'll only render this if the attachments is greater than 0. And of course, we'll just need to dynamically render the attachment over here. Any tips to learn programming better? Any tips to learn programming better? I would say to be learning programming effectively, let me see. I would say one should definitely, whatever resource that they're using, as they are following along with that resource, make sure they are actively coding alongside with that resource. So for example, if you are watching a YouTube crash course, you need to make sure that as you are watching that crash course, you are actually actively following along and actually coding and actually changing things up and testing things out of your own curiosity. Because if you just follow along with that resource and do only what they tell you to do, but don't do the things that you should be doing out of curiosity, then you're only going to be limited to what someone is telling you what to do. So you have to be able to think outside the box when you're watching that tutorial, if that makes sense. BRB. Holy shit! I went like 40 feet away from my microphone, and I was still able to hear my microphone picking up audio. Holy crap! Hi, can you please create a live tic-tac-toe game in which you can play with online players as well as can do chat? I've created the chat part but stuck with the live player. Probably not. Hi Johnson, how are you? I need to do something with my microphone. I don't know why it picks up audio that far away. That's crazy. My mic? That's not my mic. That's the it's the background. Well, not back. It's I'm playing this ambience thing. It's not my microphone. But I don't. I think it's hard to tell because hold on. I'll show you. I'm playing this thing. This. 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 So I think that might be the reason why it sounds like that. It sounds like that. Yeah, I think that's the reason why. It's not really easy to tell, honestly. Do you think if I make tutorials how to make a good Discord bot for you, you can watch it? I mean, people watch anything, and I would say that you should just make it for fun, and people will watch it eventually. Because I made videos when I had 0 subscribers, and you know, eventually people found their way to my channel, and that's just how I started from there. So just make the videos for fun. The views will come by naturally, and if it doesn't, then you know, just try something new and see what happens. To be honest, I use the Blue Yeti, but it doesn't sound so great. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting a new mic. This mic is actually... I mean, I've had this one for 4 years, and it's done me great, but I might honestly get like a... I'm thinking about getting a Shure, like a Shure mic. Like an XLR. Huh, that's strange. Interesting. Assist, how are you? Any plans on what you're doing next after what you're working on is done? Not yet. Hi Lunar X Astro, how are you? Am I a senior developer? I am not a senior developer. I actually don't even work as a software engineer anymore. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. What is the purpose of a ref in React? Well, basically the ref will allow you to get an access to the actual DOM node in, well, the node that's rendered in the DOM. So notice how in client-sided JavaScript, right, you usually do something like document.getElement by ID, and then you pass in the ID, right? And then you can reference all of the properties on the node. The ref allows you to get the actual node that's in the DOM, and you can reference things such as the style, the height, you can reference its children. So if you want to go like more lower level and like handle things more manually, you can use a ref to get the actual reference to the DOM. Hopefully that makes sense. Hi Village Girl. Aaron Sharma, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Is this code backend or front-end code? This is both front and backend. Hi the droid. Oh got it. So you like freelancer without job? No, I work, I'm currently working right now. I just don't work as a software developer anymore. I used to work as a software developer, and I switched jobs last year, and yeah. Right now I work as a developer educator, which is a lot different than software engineering, but it was something that I want to try out and see if I liked it, and I like it so far, so yeah. And when you were working for a company, what title did you have? I was mid-level engineer. Eric, how are you? Welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing tonight? Welcome everyone. Wow, a lot of people just came out of nowhere. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you all doing? You know what I always am wondering? We always have like 60 people watching, but it doesn't feel like there's 6 people watching. Fly Alt, have you made any Play Store games? Not yet. Well, I mean, my focus isn't really in game dev. 7 Popcorn 7, welcome to the Twitch stream. Yeah, it always says like 60, 70 people watching, but I don't know, it's oddly quiet in the chat, so I'm wondering if there's actually that many people watching, or is it just bots? Sargim, how are you? How are you, Sargim? Do I want spam? Yeah, I want you guys to spam. I want you all to spam the chat. Like, no, I'm just kidding. But it makes me wonder. Like, it's because in the past when I would stream, I would always stream, right? And this is when I only had like 2,000 subs. I would always get botted, so people would like spam like my channel with bots, and so I would have like 100 viewers with no one watching. So that's why I'm a little bit subconscious, because I'm like, are there really that many people that much watching, or is it just someone botting me? So I always just get curious. But you know, yeah, it's glad to know that you guys are not bots. Cause you're like 24. Yes, I'm 24. No, just lurking. Gotcha. I mean, I hope that I don't irritate you by asking some questions. No, you guys are fine. I don't mind people asking questions at all. I got into trance by the sound of your keyboard. Oh wow, I'm glad that the keyboard is attracting you all. Maybe I should get a better keyboard, and maybe that'll bring more people to the channel. Maybe I don't know, what is like the best switch that sounds nice? Like, I heard silver switches sound nice. I don't know. Maybe I'll get another keyboard just for you guys. Does the background music ruin it? Like, does the background music ruin the keyboard? Or should I keep both? Yeah, Holy Pandas are amazing switches. Holy Pandas. Alright, I'll look into Holy Pandas. No, both is perfect. Brown or rare are soothing to my ears. I like your clicky ones. Background music is amazing. How long do you program? Do you mean like how often do I program a day, or like how long have I been programming for? I started learning 6 years ago, and I started doing web dev 4 years ago. that kind of sucks. I guess this is fine. Okay. And so when I upload the image, so when I do this, what we want to do is we want to add that to the array of attachments, and we want to render it on the top over here. I started from Java, yes. Next JDA vid when? I'm not sure yet. I probably will have some videos uploaded next week because I'm gonna be gone from my home for about a week or so I won't be able to stream. Is it better to learn vanilla JS or the first framework React? Learn vanilla JS first, alongside with HTML and CSS, and then learn React. How do you plan on implementing the ability to send files? That's a good question. I haven't thought about that yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult to handle though, because we already are able to upload files already and save it to the store. So all we got to do is just render it in the what's it called, the message body. CS50 is good. I still learn it from there and explore myself through it. Yes, CS50 is a good course. How to make Dribble dark on desktop just like you. It's an extension that I have installed on my browser. It's called it is called Dark Reader. Dark Reader. Hi Tribui, how are you? How are you good at so many things? I'm not. I'm only good at a decent amount of things. Still a lot of stuff that I am working on myself though. By the way, guys, make sure you join our Discord server. We got a new vanity link. We just got it today, so make sure you guys join that Discord server. I will send it to the Twitch chat as well. And this is where we might need to put this stuff into Redux, because it is going to be a pain in the ass to prop drill every single thing. See, this is why you should consider using a state library manager. Pretty much the issue is I need to take attachments, and then what I gotta do is I gotta drill it down into message input field. And not only do I have to drill down attachments, I also need to drill down set attachments. Okay. And then I'll need to drill down this into this component over here. So using something like a state management library will make it easier for you, so that way you don't have to actually drill everything down. So what I'll do is I'll create the store for this, and we will slowly migrate over content and everything else. We're not going to put everything there all at once. Well, I accidentally paused stream. Oh, no worries, you're fine. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Are you using Cherry MX Blue switches on your keyboard? Yes, I am. Use the keyboards command to get all of the keyboards that I use. Keyboards, yes, there we go. Keyboards. State dots. I guess I'll do this. Add attachment. Yeah, this is where it becomes a problem. I guess each attachment, well, I mean, I guess each file is gonna have a unique name and JPEG. So I guess we can set the ID of the attachment. Is there a way? Let me see. We'll worry about this later. Push. Removing will be quite tricky. I guess we'll just do it by file name, I guess. File name. Because I don't think... Let's see, I mean, there could be two files the same name but of different type. I guess we can do where file name is not equal to action dots. Action dot payload dot. We will see. That Aussie Hayden, how are you, man? Nice to see you here again. How's it going for you? Message panel. Let's go over here. We can go ahead and remove this. Remove that for now. We'll do this. There we go. So now anywhere in this component, we can just very easily grab the attachment. So go inside here and I can just use the selector. You should add forms feature for conversation channels. What we'll do at some point is we'll create something called communities or spaces, and basically that'll just be a rip-off version of Discord guilds. So they'll have like their own channels and whatnot. Okay, so when we click, and we also need to add an on-change event. Constant change equals first types. How long are you thinking to stream? I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how the night goes. I mean, it's currently 11:30 p.m. I'll stay on for a little bit. If it gets relatively quiet, I'll probably sign off sooner. And then nap for a little bit and then start work. But we'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. For now, I'll stay on for a little bit longer. Hi, Gabor. How are you? Lo-fi music? Yes. We are using lo-fi music. Okay, so now what should happen is, because there is one file in the state, it should render the file attachment scrollable container, or whatever you want to call it. But it's not going to render anything yet because we're not doing anything, but we should pay attention to what happens in the Redux store. So let's open this up. And so what I'll do is I'll open up this and I'll attach a file. You can see that it's rendering there, okay? And if you look over here, we have the attachment. Though it's obviously not going to show it to you because it's not serialized correctly, okay? But that's fine. We know that it's there, and that's all that matters. So what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and render out the attachment. So you have your message attachment container. Okay, so let's just do this. So the good thing is that we're using Redux, so I can just simply go inside here and get the file. So const attachments equals use selector state. Yeah, I'm using Windows. How's it going, Aaron? So we'll get the attachments, and basically this is an array of files. And so what we'll do is for each file, let's see, attachments. What we'll do is we could probably just use an image. We probably just use an image instead, honestly. What we'll do is we'll need to create a blob. So let's try image source URL create object URL. We'll create this. We'll set the width to, let's do 200 pixels. Height, whoops. And let's see what happens with this. And for the key, I guess we'll do attachment dot name combined with the type. So because if I do attachment.name, there could be a duplicate name with a different type and it'll throw an error. So we'll do this with a type. But on the file system, it will never allow it to have a name with a file name with the same extension. Going good. What about you? I'm just chilling, Sir, can you make a playlist on backend programming languages? Sure, I guess. I can try. Now, if I try to upload a duplicate image, I think it won't upload, I think. Well, actually, you know what's funny is that it actually uploads it. Or it actually adds it to the DOM. Or let me see, maybe it threw an error. Yeah, you can see this is encounter 2 children with the same key. So what we need to do is, we need to check to see if the image has already been attached already. So before we attach it, but it seems pretty cool, right? Anyways, before we attach it, I don't know why my component is laggy as hell though. It's really weird. Okay, maybe it was throwing an error because of maybe it's lagging because it threw the error. Okay, so what we'll do is before we attach the image, we'll basically search if the image exists in the array. Now what I could do is I could basically create a custom selector to select for an attachment. Maybe I won't do that actually. Actually, no. We need to actually search through the array. Let's see. Where am I adding it? Right over here? Okay. So we'll go ahead and use the useSelector hook. I think you should be able to have multiple sync images. You know, you're right, because Discord does allow that, and other apps do allow that too. Yeah, I guess I could probably just use some. I think what I could do is I could probably use an incrementer. So what I could do is I could just increment, and I guess what I could do is I could just use a counter, I guess. No, I remember asking this question a while ago because this is actually a common problem that a lot of people face, even including myself. Let me see if I can find the original thread again. From... You could use a UUID, but that's makes it more complex than what it needs to be. Every time you add a new item, increment the counter. So you'll have 1, 2, 3. If you remove 3, you have 1, 2, 4. Yeah, I guess we could use a counter, honestly. That's probably the best and simplest way to do it. Because we're not relying on auto-generated values from the back end. So we'll just use a counter. So let's go over here. So we'll do attachment counter. What are you working on right now? File attachments right now. So what I can do is I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. So yeah, I'll just use a counter. Might throw an error, yeah. And you should not use indices for keys. That's never a good idea. So satisfying just watching you code. I'm glad that you are having a fun time. I am Zach. Yeah, so whenever it comes to rendering elements in an array, you never want to use the index at all. That's a bad idea. So we'll just use a counter for now to roll on the attachments. So whenever, I guess what we do is every single time we add an attachment, we give it the key of attachment counter and increment by 1. Why is it a bad idea? If you use indices, right, to render your like in the index of the element in the array to render it, React will have trouble knowing which element was previously removed. So when you add it again, you're gonna get some weird render happening on the DOM. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, so here's a good explanation that sums it up. Basically, if when you use indices, right, what will happen is React will look for the data, and then it will assume that it has not changed. So in the end, you'll end up getting issues with your state looking really, really weird. There was this example that I found a while ago. Let me see if I could find it, because that would actually really help a lot. How's it going, Devil? I've been playing Fortnite. Nice. How many games have you won so far? Is using a set to avoid duplicates not the way to go? Aaron made a good point that duplicate attachments should be allowed, so that's why we're not going to worry about that. Do you use form data to post data to the database? What do you mean by that? I use form data to send multi-form, like with images and such. Alright, see you later, Gravity. Take it easy, my friend. Yeah, I think with this, we're gonna have to change the way our state is. So I think what I'll do is I'll create export interface attachment. So instead of using attachments, I'll do this. So that way we'll have the array. And every single time I do this, every single time I add an attachment, I will go ahead and grab the current counter. So we'll do const We'll go ahead and do this. And we'll do the file. Then once we're done with that, we will dispatch. Let me actually do this now, because now I actually need an if case, because we only want to dispatch the action if the file exists. And I'll do dispatch increment. What is the reducer called again? Increment reducer count, increment counter. There we go. So that will ensure that we have a unique ID. Whenever I render out the attachment, this is now an attachment. So for the key, I can just do attachment.id. Attachment.id. So that'll be a numeric value. So even if an attachment is deleted, we never decrement the value. So each attachment that is added will always have its own unique ID. And this is obviously only for rendering items that are dynamically added on the DOM. Obviously, once we save it to the database, it'll have its own unique ID in the end anyways. So I think this should be okay. I think that will be, I think it's fine. So when we add, that should be fine. And now when we removing will be very, very easy, because all we gotta do is just check to see if file.id is not equal to action.payload.id, or it should really just be an attachment. And we don't have to do this. So this is a lot more safer than checking the name and the type. Feels really weird doing that anyways. Didn't realize people still play Fortnite. I actually only played Fortnite maybe like 4 times, but I didn't really enjoy playing it. It was most likely like, it was more so like I was forcing myself to enjoy the game, you know what I mean? Like I was forcing myself to enjoy the game. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to force myself to act like I enjoyed the game when I really didn't, because it was trendy at that time, you know. Now I don't know why this lags though. Why does this lag? Like I'm typing right now, you can see I'm pressing a bunch of things, but you can see like I don't know why it's lagging though. That's so weird. Is it because the image is too damn large? Is that what it is? I have no idea. But that's really bad though. What's that UI you're using called? What are you referring to? Okay, maybe it was just the size, honestly. Maybe it was just honestly the size of the image. Okay, yeah, so the file itself, you can see that that file took forever to load. And I guess it's because the file itself is ridiculously large, so I think maybe we have to... I wonder if there's a way to limit the size of... I wonder if there's a way to limit the size of the image that can be uploaded. You could try to reduce resolution. I could also just like render blocks instead of the actual image itself. So instead of rendering like an image, I could just render like a preview, right? Because like right now it's so laggy, and that's bad. File.size. Let me see, what is this number? I think this is in, what is this in megabytes? I think this is in kilobytes, right? Has to be. $346 kilobytes. $3.82 megabytes for this image. Yeah, it was this image that screwed us up. Planning on evolving this chat app into an actual application like Discord? If so, will you do it with Electron or something else? I'm gonna be honest. If I were to really make this a big app, I probably would need more help, and I probably wouldn't be able to do it myself. And I'm just being honest, because there's a lot of work that would need to be done. Like for example, we still have so much stuff to do, like working with emojis. Right now we're working with attachments, right? We still have to do embed. So I probably wouldn't do it by myself, to be honest with you. I probably wouldn't do it alone. Is that Visual Studio? Which one? This one? This app? GDX? What's GDX? In CSS, you can pass image resolution. What's that app you're in right now? Which app are you talking about? For multi-stream, which service are you using? I'm using Streamlabs. What did I miss? You haven't really missed much. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll limit the size, maybe. Let me see, what is the size of this image? The thing is, like, this image that I'm uploading, it's only 3.8 megabytes. Like, imagine not being able to handle 3.8 megabytes on the server for uploading images. It's lagging because of image size you're storing in front of an image now. Yeah, I know. Is there a way that I can like kind of like downsize this a little bit? Nice determination, bro. What's going on, Kaneki? How are you? Thank you. Some Riot big fan, sir. Thank you. Nice to have you here. I wonder what would happen if I, instead of making it an image, what if I made it a background? Would the same thing still happen? That's what I am wondering. Okay, it's even worse, and it does. Yeah, it's even worse. What problem are we trying to solve? Basically, whenever I upload like a file size that's too big, so you can see over here, like this file over here is ridiculously bigger than this one. When you upload it, the input field is lagging. See, I'm just typing a bunch of stuff and it lags. So there has to be a way that you can kind of like downsize it. I wonder if what if I used Canvas? Canvas. Why would I upload the image on the server before they've sent it. So what they do here is they do something like this. Context.draw image. So I could probably do something like this where I draw the image, and so let's do and I don't know what this is though. Const image using image. So I guess what I'll have to do is probably create an image, const image, and then do image.source is equal to URL to create object URL file, and then pass an image into here. And what are these now? What is dx and dy? Interesting. No idea what that is, but so we have width. Worth a shot to try and see what happens with this. Doesn't work, it's also okay as well. So what we'll do is image canvas file equals attachment.file. Okay, so the text is not laggy anymore, and something's there, but I don't know if it's even drawing the image correctly or not. Let me look at the docs real quick. Get context 2D. What is X and Y? Draws this image specified by the image parameter at the coordinates X and Y. DX and DY. Okay, so we'd want to probably do that 0 and 0. D width and D height, do we need that? Let's see. I don't think that the image has been canvas ref current draw. Calling this function is all we gotta do, right? Draw image, canvas ref right over here. That's interesting. Seems like it's not drawing. Canvas width and height are set over here. Return canvas. The canvas is being rendered, but the actual image itself I don't think is being rendered. We have, let's see. Okay, ref is clearly there. Hi, how's your journey? Has to be the image. Okay, so did it not upload correctly? Maybe it did not upload correctly. URL create object URL. File, right? We pass in the file over here. So that should be fine. Interesting. That is very weird. So the blob, okay, so the problem here is that image.source is probably not being created correctly. I don't even know, honestly. Creating image for, okay, we have the image over here. It's very strange. Very weird. What is the type of attachment file? I mean, it's just a JPEG or PNG file. JPEG, PNG. I mean, URL create object URL typically works, but for some reason, for this specific one, it doesn't want to work. You can even see over here, we even called URL create object URL for source, and it was clearly working fine. Even if I do that, you can see that right over here. If I open the blob, you can see the blob. Oh, you know what it is? I think maybe it's not appending blob in front of it, I think. Because if I just do this, nothing gets loaded, I think. But that's really strange though. Because I can clearly see blob is there. Like if you look at the console log, right? It's right over there. Hi Michael, how are you? Blob. So weird, man. Blob HTTP. But now the question is, when you log image source on line 17, it clearly logs this whole thing. Blob HTTP. So that's there, but Canvas is not like that. Oh yeah, maybe you're right, Nicola. Abdullah, how are you? The draw image you cannot call the draw image before the image is loaded. To ensure the image is loaded, you can call draw from when on load. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably need to get the image on load. Will it even let us do that? Let's see. Does the image never load? Seems like it never pulls it. Oh yeah, you're right. Whoops. Set the URL before the load. There we go. There we go. Alright. Awesome. Thank you guys. Okay, and it doesn't lag, which is good. So I wonder if there's any like performance issues doing this though. That's what I wonder. Like, is this even like a good way to do it? That's what I wonder, if there would be any issues. Now another issue is that when you upload the image, wait a minute. Yeah, when you upload, the problem is that, let's see, is there a way to like position? Let me see. Canvas center. How to center canvas. I guess we could just do style display flex. Or how do you like downscale what is being rendered in Canvas? Because that's definitely not what I want. Well, I want the entire thing to be rendered into Canvas. See, like now it does this, but it's so weird. I'm not sure, maybe width of 100 inside the court inside container high auto. Let's see. Width 100 inside a container. Well, height is set to 200, so width. By the way, are you taking the inspo from Discord, not to look at the idea? Similar. Alright, I'll take a look at it. Give me 1 second, where's my phone? Okay, so canvas width divided by image dot width, canvas height divided by image dot height. They get the min of the ratio, and then they draw the image, and they want to center it. So, all right, let's take a look at this. Sure, I'll take a look at that. how far are we along with creating the message attachments? Right now, we're just working on scaling down the preview image because it was lagging the input field. Oh boy. Shit. Is there a way to like maybe not center? I mean, I don't mind if, let's see. I definitely want it to be maxed. Alright, I guess this is fine. Let's see. Yeah, I guess this is okay. I definitely don't like that spacing though. I think the spacing comes from the gap actually. The gap and that's because I guess this could work for now. What's weird though is it doesn't allow them to upload the same image, which is very strange. ZJ, how are you? But I don't like how there's this weird spacing between some of these images, and I don't know why that is there. Maybe what I'll do is I could probably set like, why is there a spacing over here, but some over here? It has to do something with the aspect ratio. Like, now it just looks so weird. HTML and CSS are only for web dev, so what language are you using to install the app? CSS and HTML. Yeah, I guess the image height is always going to be the same anyways. That's so dumb. I mean, what if I just did like a fixed... What if I did this? 200, 200. Okay. Okay, but it just does that, so then of course that would not look good. Yeah, that wouldn't look good. Yeah, I guess it's based off the image. I guess different images are going to have different, you know, heights and widths. Can't really, like, you know, predict. You need to define the width and height on the canvas. Well, isn't that what I do over here? Oh, I guess I could just do that, I guess. 200. And now it just looks like this. Oh, wait, let's do this. And then if they click on it, we can make it so that if they click on it, we can just show the actual full image itself. Yeah, honestly, I guess this is fine. Like, this isn't that bad. I think this is okay. Now the next thing I have to do is add like an icon. Jeez, let's see. Cross. Let's add a for React icon. Hopefully the icon will be easy to add. Okay, the icon isn't that hard to add. Probably just something like style, position, relative, and then do something like style, position, absolute. Give it a z-index of 99. Now it just looks weird. Let's see. Maybe left 0. Or let's see, right 0. Yeah, see, it's gonna look weird for every single image, because some images are just gonna be wider. I need to leave. Daily snaps. I'm having this. Alright, see you later, Nerd Pingu. The width should be the 1619 expiration show. That's a really nice keyboard, by the way. Thank you. Use the exclamation mark keyboards command to get the keyboard name. How much energy a keyboard like that take? I have no idea. A lot, probably, because it's hard to like click down. Yeah, see, it's gonna look weird, you know? Let's see. No way. I think you should go back to trying to set image width and image height to a constant 200. Yeah, so that would work fine. But now you have a problem with the position of where this is. Remove the CSS for the canvas. I already have the width and height set to 200 and 100 already. So the size of it is fine, it's just that the position of the attachment. I don't have any property on the canvas element except for style and ref. So I'm looking at Discord, and I mean, the thing with Discord is that they have different heights and widths for the image, and they have it all wrapped in a box that is maximized to all align the same. So honestly, I don't really think it matters to, like, I don't really think we need every single width and height to be the same exact thing. I think it's not worth to get every single one of them to be the same size, honestly. I think here's what I'm gonna try to do. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably wrap every single thing, because it's gonna be, every single image is gonna be different size and height anyways, so. And Discord wraps it around its own component in the end anyways, so. Like for example, this could be the component right over here. So let me try this. Maybe not 300, but more like 100 maybe, or maybe 180. And you could center it somehow, like display, flex, align items, center, like that. And let's change the width a little bit to 180. And let's see. You do it like this. You don't have to have it exactly like every single image is going to be, you know, on the same line, you know. And you do top 0, change the size of the icon. Something like that. And then you can basically, yeah, I guess this is okay temporarily. Let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can change the width of the canvas. $300. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look too bad, though the aspect ratio is a little bit fucked. But I think that is because of... Whoa, what the hell did I just do? The width of the canvas is only 200. The canvas itself is 200. The image. Yeah, it's gonna suck. Yeah, the width is going to be determined by the width will always be determined by the image, so no way to actually change that. Scroll bar with. Shouldn't the thumb be lighter color than the track? I have no idea. If I set the track to be a darker color, the scroll bar kind of becomes hard to see. I guess this is fine. I guess what I could do is I could probably use the same color as the text box, but I'll set the height to maybe 6 pixels. So that'll be better. Hi Junaid, welcome back. Discord using image tag for the image previews. I wonder how to do it without lagging. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe they may have compressed the image somehow. I'm not sure. Could be. I'm reading something on Stack Overflow. I don't know. Maybe something to do with hardware acceleration. Maybe, just maybe. Just maybe. Okay, so let me close up Discord. Yeah, I hate this. I think maybe I'll just add something like a component on the top somewhere here. Like maybe it'll be on top over here and then you can just click X. That'll do for now. They have max width 100% under image tags. Interesting. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, I'll add a component like right over here that will have different actions and stuff, like trash can and a bunch of other things. There we go. So if you upload something like this, it looks like that. Now I use a light shot. Not too bad, not too bad. Not too bad. It's coming together. It just needs a little bit of final touches and this should be okay, honestly. Overall, not too bad. Now, of course, when you hit enter, it's supposed to send all the attachments along with the image. Now, saving the attachments on the back end, I guess, and also rendering them will be another issue to deal with. It's like, how does, I guess, like, let me see Discord real quick. I mean, usually, like, some chat apps, for example, they'll send the attachments all the way at the bottom. So I guess we could just do that. So what we'll do is we'll save an array of every single key that maps to the attachment that's saved on the DigitalOcean store. and at the bottom we'll just render all of the images. And what we could do is, if it's like a lot of images, we could just render it in a row or like a flex box and have it wrap. If it's only one image, we could just render it as is. Yeah, I think that should take care of that. Emojis are still a work in progress. I was actually working on emojis today. Well, not today, but like I was working it off stream. Basically, I was like looking at the Tweemoji API they sent me, Devil Services. I was looking at that, and I was trying to figure out how I could do that with a custom text box. I was actually able to get pretty far, but it would take some tweaking. But I might honestly just end up creating like a custom emoji component, I think, because if I were to go on like a server, right? If I were to like copy an emoji like this, it doesn't really make sense. Like, why would the emoji break if they're right next to each other? You know what I mean? Like, why would they break if they're right next to each other? That's what doesn't make any sense to me. Because like I'm pasting in the emoji in, right? If I'm pasting the emoji in, what difference does pasting emoji in make comparing it to selecting the emoji and then rendering the native? You know what I mean? Like, that's what doesn't make sense to me. So what I'll do is I'll probably create like a custom component where when I click on it, it'll show the emoji list. I'll add maybe like 10 emojis just for testing. When I click on the emoji, it will add the native emoji next to the letter, and it should work. Because emojis, like, it doesn't make sense because they're supported, like they're built in, like they should work. So I don't know why that emoji library was breaking. I think it was honestly just a library, to be honest with you. I don't know. Will you be adding an image preview component? I have no idea, honestly. We'll get to that when we finish this first. We'll take things one by one. But yeah, this looks, you know, it's not too bad. It's not too bad, honestly. It's looking pretty good. 12 viewers on Twitch, yeah. We got a lot of people on Twitch over there, man. I'm still wondering how Canvas is handling images sizes so well. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know if using Canvas would be a better option, but it doesn't look bad though. Like, even if I zoom in, it's not even that bad. Yo, shout out to all our Twitch viewers right now. But yeah, like, it's not that bad, honestly. Honestly, I like it. Like, I don't know about what you guys think, but I personally like it a lot, honestly. So now what we'll do is we'll just do this on click. The only thing I don't like is this whole crap that we have over here. Like, just looking at this makes me want to puke. But it's fine. We would be able to... I would always prefer Twitch over YouTube, but the most chatters are here. You should set up a chat overlay that combines chats on screen if possible. I think that would improve your experience. You think so? The thing is, though, I would probably prefer all the viewers on YouTube because of the YouTube algorithm. Because that would, like, you know, help kick it in. But, you know, I mean, I'm okay with either. You know, like, it's whatever to me. I could definitely do that though. I was looking at adding that today. I was actually trying to add that today, but I couldn't find. I found cross-platform chat overlay. But the problem was that it didn't have YouTube on there. So that's how I was so confused. Like, it only has Twitch and Facebook. It doesn't have YouTube. So I was so confused. Chat overlay could be dangerous if post something bad. I honestly rather not have a chat on screen unless it's done well. It can be so big as an overlay and just take away from the rest of the stream. Yeah, I mean, it's different when it's like a programming stream, because like you have the whole editor and everyone wants to see the editor. I was thinking about setting up like an overlay, like different scenes. So for example, like when I'm focused on coding, I'll show the entire screen, and then when I'm reading chat, I'll switch back to the other scene and then show the chat and like socials and stuff. I'll work on it later though. Off stream. Don't worry about that. Anyways, okay, let's try this out. Let's see. I don't think multi attachment not supported yet. I'll have to figure that out in a second. I find it weird how sometimes I cannot upload the same image, which is really weird. Your keyboards are really nice. What language is this? Thank you for that. And this is TypeScript. Let me see. You could have chat off to the side in its own container and have the rest of your screen in another section. It wouldn't fit the whole screen, but that's how some people do it. Yeah, I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. By the way, I sent you all the links to the keyboards that I have if you want to take a look at it. Puddles. I just started learning Python. Nice. Python's a good language. Okay, so I can remove attachments. It's not too shabby, not too shabby. Like I said, as long as we have the functionality working, you know, the next step is obviously send all these attachments to the back end. And then, yeah, render it out, I guess. Yeah, so I think this is fine, honestly. We could commit this right now. Now, it should also work for group as well. Yep, so works well with groups as well. Perfect. Perfect. I normally have my Twitch what's it called? I normally have those alerts for Twitch follows enabled, but someone was spamming me, someone was botting me a couple days ago, so I had to turn it off because it was annoying a lot of people. The background of the upload container could be the same color of the text box and have a gap between them. Yeah, I agree. Probably work something out. We could probably work something out. How do I configure my widgets? I swear. There we go. Let's go over here. Here we go. So no framework work, just TS. We are using framework. We are using React. Maybe just have a border separating them like a 1 pixel gray line. Yeah, we could do that. All right, we'll worry about that later though. The next step is obviously make it so that we can actually save the image in the backend, which we already know how to save images to the backend already. And then we need to make sure we render them correctly. That is the next step. So if I were to go over here, let's go to the backend now. And so since we're fetching from a CDN, it should be really fast, honestly. We don't really have to worry too much. And we can also make a message have a max number of images. So for example, on the front end, I think we will only allow them to upload max of 10. Excuse me. We'll only allow them to upload max of 10. So the backend will have to validate that as well. Okay. So I have to do that as well. Yeah, you learn Python as well. I have used Python in the past for some projects, but I don't use it anymore. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a new entity, and we'll call this message attachment. What's the point of using the app dispatch type if you're using actions from the slices? If you don't type annotate it, it actually will give you a linting error. The last time I tried. So if I don't do this, it'll give some linting error from what I tried last time. I don't know. I tried it last time and it was giving me a linting error. But my TS server is always lagging anyways, so use dispatch. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes my TypeScript server lags a lot. So like the last time when I was using app dispatch, it was like when I didn't use it, it was complaining about like the state, you know. But it seems like now I don't actually need it, which is good. Entity. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my TypeScript. Like, I don't even have that many extensions installed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even have anything installed at all. So I don't know why my TS server would be lagging, you know. I always have to restart it all the time. Like, if I restart it now, like, my IntelliSense will still get messed up after a couple minutes. Are you working somewhere full time? Yes. Okay, I think for message attachment, what I'll do is I think maybe for primary generated column, I'll definitely leave it alone as its own ID. But we'll obviously also need a key, which will always be unique. Because this is going to be the key that we generate using a UUID. And that'll be the key that we use to send it to the backend, I believe. The other issue that we'll have to take care of is because right now the CDN, the spaces, is going to allow every single image to be accessible, even if the user is not in the chat, right? Like I don't know how Discord does it, but let's say for example, right? If I am in a group chat, or let's say if I'm not in a group chat, and someone right clicks the image and they send it to me, can I still see it? Like let's say for example, someone right clicks the image, copies the image, and they send it to my chat. Would I still be able to see it from that URL that they sent it from the chat? If that makes sense. Like for example, like if you send a message in a chat, right, and you copy that image and you send it to the other user, it'll send the other URL. Is it possible for someone 30 plus to get into web dev? Yes, it is. Absolutely. 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 Alright, I'll do a test real quick. I'm gonna open up my Discord. I'll send an image to my Discord server. And I want you guys to know, I want you guys to tell me if you can see the image. I'm gonna copy the image URL. And I'm gonna send it in Twitch and YouTube chat. Here, I'll send it to Twitch. I gotta create an app that can send me a message, and that can send messages in both Twitch and YouTube. I gotta make an app that does that. Alright, are you guys able to see that image? I can see it on an incognito window. So it seems like every single image is technically public. Now, let me try one more thing. Let me try. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send an image to a DM. I'm gonna send an image to a DM right now. I'll just send it to like a bot or something like that. We'll try. Alright, I'm gonna copy the link. Are you guys able to see it? I can still see it. So it seems like the images are all public. So I guess we don't even have to worry about that. And to be honest with you, it would be really difficult to actually make public private, because with the CDN, right, with S3 or DigitalOcean Spaces, there's two options. There's public read and then there's private. Private means that no one would be able to see it, and that means that you would need to fetch the image manually, get the binary data, and then serve it somehow as like some kind of like asset. How many years of experience do you have in the industry? 3 years now. I did one internship in December 2018 to January, no, not January, December to April. And then I did, yeah, one internship in the software engineering, and then now I'm at my other job. Yep. So about three and a half years now. 3.5 years. Attachment files are not private in Discord. You can send them anywhere. Gotcha. Well, that is good to know. That is good to know. Alright, so we don't have to worry about that, I guess. You working as a software engineer? Yes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No. I used to work as a software engineer. I actually don't work as a software engineer anymore. I'm doing something else now. What is this? Not sure what's going on with my overlay. Self-taught software? No, I worked in software engineering for 2 years. No, well, okay. Internship, then 2 years of experience. And then what I did was I transitioned to a new role. And the role itself was developer education. And I just needed to get out of my current job at the moment. Or not current one, like the one that I was working last year. Like, I needed to get out of that job. So I was applying to a bunch of different positions. I was applying to literally software engineering and anything that I could find on LinkedIn. And this job that I applied to was really great. I'm really thankful for this job, and I absolutely love it. I like it a lot more than software engineering, though. Right now I'm doing a developer education right now. So basically what I do is I work on documentation for company products, and we have to take care of testing APIs. We have to take care of writing code to actually serve to customers so they can actually use it. For example, if you want to use Stripe's API, we have to take care of making sure that those API documentations are up to date. If there's any like, new versions of the API, we have to take care of writing a migration guide, right? Things like that. So it's a lot of technical writing, basically. I will say though that my YouTube channel did actually play a huge influence in getting considered into that role, from what they've told me at least. So yeah, I've been working at that job for 9 months now. I can't complain. It's a really nice job, and maybe someday I'll go back into software engineering again, though. Maybe someday, but that day won't be anytime soon. But it's all good though, I like to keep my skills up to date by doing these fun projects and such, and just streaming them to you guys. I enjoy educational content, so I'm happy overall. Are you a tech lead? Maybe. No, I'm not. Okay, so at least we know that the images are all going to be public no matter what we do, or at least Discord does it that way. So yeah, we can probably just make it so that because like the thing is, like, if you didn't want to make the image public, right, what you would need to do is you would need to check to see if that user has read permissions, and then you need to fetch the binary data from the backend from the S3 bucket. I'm just gonna call it an S3 bucket from now on, because calling it a DigitalOcean Spaces is just so much. It's just too much, and then a lot more people know what S3 buckets are. Anyways, so we would need to fetch the image from the actual server itself, from the S3 bucket itself. We would need to get the binary data, send it to the front end, have the front end create that URL blob, right? And I just feel like that's just like a lot to do. But of course, if you want the images to be private, then you would have to do that, of course, right? It wouldn't make sense to create a private chat with images like that if, you had all those images being public. So, I mean, the stuff to be software engineering, you learn solo or you finish in university? Okay, here's what I will tell you is that I definitely will credit my computer science degree for helping me have the ability to learn how to code. But I will say that all the stuff that I do for my job, I learned it on my own. But it's not to say that I completely would have been extremely successful if it wasn't for the computer science degree. What I'm saying is that the computer science degree helped me by giving me a push, right? But I still had to like take the initiative myself and then learn it myself, if that makes sense. I mean, to make storage private is why pre-designed URLs are different from S3. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. What theme do you use right now? And can I find your VS Code somewhere? Use the exclamation mark theme command. Would you start a next project after this? I wasn't able to follow because I found your channel recently. I'm thinking about starting a new project. I don't know when though, but I definitely don't want to give up on this project yet. I don't think I'll take any new suggestions anymore for this project because we just have way too many. Like, let me clean up this real quick. Let me just remove this. I'm not gonna remove this, but because there's some good suggestions that some people told me about. But attachments are something that I definitely want to do. Pin messages would be fun. I definitely want to finish up some of the settings stuff as well. But I don't know, like in terms of overall app itself, I would say that I'm kind of like getting to a point where I want to do something else. For now at least, I kind of feel that way. But mostly because I feel like we've already done all the fun stuff already. Like we've worked on friend requests, we've worked on sending messages, we've worked on group chat. I think maybe I just need something more challenging. Maybe I'll have to work on something like creating like servers or something like that. I don't know, maybe we'll see. But this attachment thing is definitely a challenge, so no joke, it definitely is a new challenge for me. GitHub.com, let me see, what is this? What is it that you sent me? Oh, okay, is it like short-lived or something like that, or is it like short-lived? Because how would the client from the front end be able to access it is what I'm curious about. Short-lived, but you can customize the life. Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. Okay, so I think for a message attachment, we'll definitely need the key. I don't think we'll really need anything else, to be honest with you. Maybe the name of the file. Name of the file, key. What's most important is 100% the key, though. And it must be unique, and it's gonna be auto-generated. Is there like a plugin, like primary generated UUI? Like, is there a way to like set primary generated? Like, let me see. There's probably some type ORM plugin. Let me see. Type ORM UUID. Has to be a way. Generated UUID. Do you know a good way to learn backend? I would say the first thing that you should understand is how HTTP requests work, because that is the core foundation of really understanding backend itself. Understand what exactly that means, and then I would say start learning about API servers, and then you can learn how to set up an API server using a framework like Express or Flask if you like Python. So it seems like primary generated column can be... Oh, wow, look at that, guys. Look at that. So I guess what I'll do is for message attachment, I'll just do key. And basically the relationship between message and message attachment. So I guess there's group message and there's message, okay. So the relationship between message and message attachment is this. A message can have many message attachments, but a message attachment can only belong to one message. So this itself is going to be a one-to-many relationship. So one-to-many. And then we'll do message attachments. Then we'll do and we'll obviously need to specify on the inverse side, so many to one. And then we'll do to message. Message dot attachments like that. And then we'll do message, type annotated with message. Like that. Michael, if you send me a direct message on Discord, I can get back to you later with some resources that I can recommend for backend if you want. Yeah, send me a direct message. By the way, YouTube added a new feature. Oh, you don't have a Discord account. By the way, YouTube added a new feature. I'm gonna do this real quick. YouTube added this new feature, and I thought this new feature was actually really freaking awesome. I thought this feature was freaking awesome, honestly. Let me do something real quick. I don't know how this works, so I'm gonna try it out for the first time. But I've always wanted to do this. Because on Twitch you can do this, but you can't do it on what's it called? Can't do it on YouTube. But now you can though. Now you can. So I wonder if it does it randomly though. That's what I'm curious about. Like, does it do it randomly, or like how does it choose who to gift it to? Is what I wonder. That's what I'm curious about. Does it do it randomly, or like I've always wondered how it works. I have no idea, honestly. It's done randomly. There we go. But only those you selected an option in setting? Well, I didn't select anyone though. It doesn't give me the option to select. Yeah, it seems like they do it randomly. Wait, what do you mean, Divi? We have to allow gifts on this channel. Oh, so are you saying like the viewer has to allow gifts in order to receive it? Is that what it is? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so whenever we save attachments, I guess, what we'll need to do is make sure we create a new record in the database for the attachment. We are basically just gonna have a bunch of records that store the UUID, and that's just going to allow us to get the image from the S3 bucket. Axos, thank you for following my Twitch. Liam Moore, thank you for following my Twitch. And Kubin, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Let's see. So I guess since I message controller, create message, we'll need to allow files for create message. I wonder, how would I send multiple files in form data? That's something that's interesting, because we were able to send one file yesterday with one field in the form data object, but how would I do it with multiple? Should be, I think honestly, it could probably do it the same way too. Hi Boris, how are you? Astray, thank you for following my Twitch. So they loop through the files, and then they call form data.append. So I guess if I just call append on the same key, it'll just add it to an array. Seems like very interesting. Okay, so what we'll do is whenever we submit the form, aka whenever we hit enter, we need to basically just go through every single file, add it to form data, and just submit it. So where is it where we're calling our API? On message change, where's the send message function? Right here. So yeah, right now we're calling create message, so we're going to change this function in a little bit, but over here we'll go ahead and get the files from the store. So let's do const I already have it up there already, okay. And so I think what I'll do is this. I think this should probably take care of that. We can always test it out and see. So you see form data, seems like it's not logging it. Interesting. Maybe it's not logging in the browser because it's not serialized properly. Yeah, there you go, see? So, but you see that it's only one item though. So I don't get why they would say... I don't know, that one was really strange. Because this is a key value pair, right? So it should be able to Let's see. Get all. There we go. Nice. Hey Anson, I wish you would remake the Discord board videos with MongoDB and DJ V14. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Okay, and the only parameters that we have here are ID and content. So then I can just do farm data. Oh, it has to be string. That is annoying, man. That is annoying. When you finish with that, will you turn on the app for us to test? Maybe later. Probably not anytime soon. Maybe in a few, but let me just finish this real quick. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so let's change this to form data. What is the font size of my editor? I think it's like 18 right now, I think. Of course, this is going to complain. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to even... do I even ever use create message dunk? Yeah, I don't think I've ever even used create message dunk. So honestly, I don't even need to worry about create message dunk because I never used that, so it's fine. I have selected 12, but it is bigger than yours. What's the size of your desktop? My resolution is 2560 by 1440p. Yeah, I think I never use message dunk, honestly. Might honestly just comment this out for now. Because I don't think I really use this. I don't think I use this. Yeah, so it's expecting a numeric value. So let's go over here. Create message. Yep, right over here. So it's complaining about the conversation ID. I've created another Discord account. This time I won't join any Genshin Impact Discord. Try Tertrion199. How are you? Let's see what's going on over here. So let's complain about this. Let's see. Create message. Well, that's interesting. Why would it say object? Message. I like using DigitalOcean a lot. Okay, so 1 is clearly the correct one. Okay. Content must be okay, that's fine. So yeah, it should be content. There we go, that should fix that. Alright, so now it's complaining about what's content must be a string. Okay, so let's go over here to the backend. Messages controller, create message. Let me see. Content ID, but the only problem is that it's being sent as a form data, so I don't think NestJS will consider that. I think. Okay, so that works. Now I wonder if let's try to create a message. Create this is supposed to be get conversation. So conversation number 1. So we'll go inside here. Let's create a message, new request. And this will be / conversations ID messages. Okay. So the validation is still good. Content hi. So content is required. Attachment. Well, I mean, attachment is also, I guess so. What it is like attachment. Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably just have to do my own validation. I might actually throw this into a custom NestJS pipe. Because what I can do is I can throw it into a pipe, and then I can check to see if there's a file. If there's a file, then we can send it. If there's no file, check to see if there's a content. If there's no content, then it'll be invalid. So either one of the values needs to be defined. Either there's supposed to be at least a file, or content has to be there. If neither is there, then we will reject. Using attachments key right. Yeah. Bro, what is hoisting? It just basically means when you declare variables, certain variables, they'll get hoisted. Basically, they'll be moved all the way to the top. So for example, if you declare, typically in languages like Java, if you try to reference something before declaration, it'll throw an error. But in JavaScript, if you try to reference something before you declare it, JavaScript will hoist those variables all the way to the top. So that's why you're still able to reference them, and it won't throw an error. But if you try to do that in other languages, it'll throw an error. Yeah, I think I'll have to write a custom pipe. By the way, should I learn how JavaScript works behind the scenes? Yes. Look up You Don't Know JS by, I think, Kyle Simpson. That's a really good book to learn about the depths of JavaScript. Isn't there like a body parser middleware for Nest? Seems odd. Yeah, there is. The best book is Free Code Academy. Can you suggest the best course for me? I don't know of the best course, but I can assure you that the book that I recommended to you is not necessarily a course, but just a resource that you can read on to learn more about the depths of JavaScript. Okay, so the image is definitely there. Let me see. I think it actually calls this pipe twice. So it calls it once for param. It calls it once for custom. So the thing what I have to do is check to see. Let's see. There's just too much fucking logs in my console. It's just making it annoying to figure out what's going on. Hey Anson, I just finished the interview I told you about 2 days ago. I aced the knowledge part but bombed the live coding part. They'll get back to me within a week. Well, I hope all is well, man, and I hope, you know, something good comes out of it. So, meta type custom. This will give you the file. Okay. And it is an array. But it doesn't say anything about content though, which is strange to me. Because type has to be of type body, I think. Huh. Might just honestly write my own custom validation. I gifted it. It was done at random though. But yeah, I gifted the 10 earlier. Oh yeah, I think what I'll do is I think maybe what I could do is I can make it so that it is not empty. And what we'll do is we'll just check to see if files.length is if files.length is 0 and there's no content, then just return. That should be a really easy fix. Or real easy check. Okay, so you can see right over here, I have the individual file. Now I'll try sending another one. Bad request, huh? What the hell's going on? Unexpected field. ID content attachments. Attachments. Attachments, okay. If you have your YouTube account connected, you'll be able to get the role. Let me check. Let me open my Discord real quick. Yeah, so you need to make sure you have your YouTube account connected, and then you'll be able to see all the channels and such. Okay, so this endpoint can take one image, but it cannot take two. If it takes two, it will throw an error. Interesting. I think I saw this the other day. NestJS file. Let's see that. Use interceptors. There is multiple files. There we go. There we go, file field interceptor, perfect. We'll do 10. So now it should be able to send, perfect. Now I can send but it logs it as undefined though. Let's try again. Yeah, no idea why it is undefined. That's really strange. Name, avatar, background, uploaded files. Let's see. Oh, it's uploaded files. Uploaded files, there we go. There we go. Now we have the attachment. So all you have to do is just literally just upload all these to the S3 bucket, and then we're good to go. I have to do it when I get my PC. It says fields connected mobile. I appreciate it. Of course, man. Of course. Okay, so what I'll do is if attachments.length is, let's see. Well, I can just do this if no attachments.length and no content, throw new exception. I'll create a custom exception later. Okay. So if I try to call this API with no content. Well, first off, it says content must be a string, so I guess we should probably remove validation on this, or remove the VTO, honestly. Throws an internal server error. Oh. So I guess if there's no attachments, okay, so if there's no attachments and there's no content, then don't, okay. Yeah, because it's undefined if there's no attachments at all. Must contain content in our file. So if I do content hi, there we go, that works. Okay. Hi Zachary. Anson, the home page is blank when we open localhost 3000. Yeah, I know. Someone wants a list of your extension used in VS Code in your Discord. Yeah, I know. So I can also upload a binary file, but I wonder if I can change, like, is there a way I could change the... Oh, there we go. Attachments. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and select the file real quick. So we have attachments. So if I go ahead and do form. So now let's say, okay, so it's working, yep. So I can send only an attachment, and I can also send only, yep, perfect. Okay. Yeah, this is fine, this is fine. What is this plugin to VS Code? Is this open source? Can we contribute? It's open source. Yes, it is. Not sure what plugin you're referring to. But yeah, basically we can send attachments, but right now it's throwing an error because content doesn't have a default value. So I'll probably just make content nullable because there probably could be no content. And on the front end, we'll just check to see if content is null. And if it is, then we'll just check to see if the attachment is null. But there has to be at least one though. There cannot be an empty message. There has to be at least a content or an attachment. Has to be at least one. Cannot be, both cannot be empty. Has to be at least one. Cool. So we'll have to fix that, of course. But yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So now once we receive all the attachments, all we need to do is literally just upload all of them to the DigitalOcean spaces. Once we do that, we'll save the key to the database. Okay, the key is going to be the primary generated column. Okay, and this will take care of the uniqueness, so we don't have to worry about that actually, which is great. And then what we can do is we can let's see, after we save it, whenever on the front end when we render images, we'll need to just check to see if there are any attachments, and if there are, we'll literally just loop through the attachments array and then just literally render images into the DOM. So that should be pretty much all we'll need to do. Will you make homepage in the future? That's not really an important thing right now, considering that the project is just still in development. But obviously, if I were to deploy the app, I would make a homepage, but it's not really important right now. I mean, if you want, you can make a homepage for your own localhost instance if you want. But I'm not going to right now because that's just a waste of time. Because I could get that done in like, 2 seconds. And I'd rather just focus on the main features right now that are more important, like, sending messages, attachments, things like that. Like, those are more important than, those things right now. But, of course, like, once, if we ever do release the app, of course, I'll definitely build a homepage. But I'd recommend you to build it yourself, because, it's open source. You can have your own custom one, make it feel like it's your own. Okay, so yeah, I think that's pretty much all we'll take care of right now. So what time is it right now? It's 2 a.m. How long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for 7 hours. Jeez. Alright. Hi Moncode, how are you? Damanpreet Singh, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing today? How are you guys doing today? Good, good. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that, my friend. Alright. I am probably gonna get off right now. I'm really tired. Let me see. What do I have to do when I wake up? Let me see. Let me look at my calendar. Let's see. Yeah, Tuesdays are like my worst days because I have so many meetings on Tuesdays. Sucks. Alright, I'm gonna get off, so I will probably stream again. Well, not probably. I will stream again tomorrow, probably around the same time. So, yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it for the stream, guys. So, thanks for watching. Thanks to all for tuning in, and I will go ahead and catch you all later. Good night.